Welcome back to Nintagious. How are you guys doing tonight? My cat is wigging out right now. What's your damage? What's going on? You wanna come say hi? You were literally sleeping out in the living room all day until I turned the camera on and then you lost your mind. What's going on? What's going on, Squirmy? What's going on, Squirmy girl? You know I don't have time for this right now. If you would have come running in when I was sitting here doing nothing before the stream, I could have given you some attention, but you literally waited until the camera came on. This is your stream now. Gonna be good. Don't just go bawling all evening. I'm not feeling it. You have food and everything. No, you do. That was the first thing I checked as soon as you started going nuts. It's chill night. It's chill Picross night. Be chill. Be chill. That's the theme. Tonight is not the extra night. Are you also excited for E3? I find that hard to believe, but maybe that's the case. We do have all these. This is where we're gonna start. So yeah, it's chill Picross night. As I mentioned yesterday, I've been looking forward to jumping back into this. I actually was like, I had a Picross itch on one of my nights off, and was like wondering if there was a game I could play to like alleviate that itch without actually like using up content. I didn't come up with an answer for that, so I just didn't play. I was like, oh, we'll just wait till the stream, I guess. Why did Capcom even bother having a an E3 presentation? Talk about that. Happy E3 Eve, by the way. This is the night before. Get out of there! Come on, get out! We're not doing that again. You know I fucking hate it when you go underneath the desk like that. Let's just not. This is the night before Nintendo's event. I wouldn't necessarily. Some people are overreacting and saying Nintendo's already won E3. Like, they basically get to pull a Luigi wins by doing nothing. Like, even if they do the bare minimum, they're probably gonna win. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think if they do the bare minimum, that they're just as guilty of a bad presentation as everyone else. That I don't think. From what I heard of the Xbox presentation, it didn't sound that bad. Square's was pretty uneventful, and Capcom sounded completely pointless, which was kind of disappointing. But I think if Nintendo comes out and they're just, we're only gonna talk about Breath of the Wild 2 and Splatoon 3, I'm gonna say they lost too. So, like, I wouldn't say they win by default. Oh goodness, this is a big one. That's what she said. So it actually takes some focus. Hold on. I don't think this will be too bad. They're giving us a lot to work with. It should be fine. Oops, I was reading the wrong column, which there is no excuse for. Thankfully, I'm, sometimes concerned that only playing Picross once a week will just lead to me constantly being rusty. I'll just lose my touch after every stream. Doesn't really seem to be the case so far, though, which is a good thing. I didn't feel like I had to, like, warm up or anything. It's just like, nah, I'm in there. Allergies still suck, worth pointing it out. They're better than they were yesterday. But still not awesome. But the show must go on, is how I feel about that. If I don't stream something other than Mario games, who will? To recap, this is like telling a fairy tale of some sort. We don't actually know what it is, because it's one I'm not familiar with. There's a lot of 15x15s on this one. That's interesting. Yeah, Capcom's was a big bowl of nothing. Unless you really care about that multiplayer Resident Evil game, I guess. That was basically the only win. The rest of it was like, we're gonna talk about DLC. I'm sorry, E3 is not the place to talk about E3. Or, E3 is not the place to talk about DLC. It's not the place. DLC is not hype enough for an event like E3. I don't think that's a hot take. I feel like most people are going to agree with that. Anyway, like Is your Guy Volpe, how you guys doing, by the way? Anyone else lurking around? It is good to have you. I don't think I did a proper welcome. And of course, if you're watching off stream, off archive, it's good to have you too. Yeah, they didn't announce anything. E3 is like the time for announcements. And they were just like, we're gonna talk about DLC that you already know is coming. And it's like, okay. And that's why I say Nintendo runs the same risk of being like, we're just gonna talk about the games you already know, which is like, no. We want to be surprised and delighted. We don't want to be fucking, here's the games you already know about. Like, if you were just going to show DLC, you could have just done your own event at some point, is how I feel about that. Like, I'm not saying they shouldn't have had, like, a digital event to announce that stuff, but, like, E3 just wasn't the time. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not right. I miscounted. Wait, did I? No, I didn't. That's right. I guess I just only filled in 5 the first time, whatever. Especially because, like, focusing on DLC is like a failure on both fronts, I feel. Solely on DLC. Because, like, don't get it twisted, like, E3 is, like, it's not for us. Like, as the consumer, that's not what E3 is for. E3 is for, like, the press. That's their time of the year where game companies can show off, here's what we have coming that you should be excited about. And it's for investors. So DLC doesn't impress those people either. Like, that's like, okay, we knew that was coming already. So, big whoop. It's a little different if it was a in-person event, because then at least people could get their hands on the games. Like Breath of the Wild 2 runs that. Well, so let's not use Breath of the Wild 2, because that's actually, like, we don't know a lot about that game, so it makes a little bit more sense. But, like, what is a good example? This is not the part I'm struggling with. Like Mario Golf. Showing Mario Golf at E3 when it's coming out next week is very, like, delusional. Because, like, people, those that are going to be excited about that game are already excited about that game. If it was an in-person event, at least people at the show would be able to get their hands on the game and try it out. So, giving it a presence at the show is smart, but focusing a part of the event on it would be dumb, because it's like, we know about that part already. I actually was thinking back to the last E3. I think it's easy to forget about this, but I also vividly remember it. Right at the end of the event, they had a sizzle reel of, like, here are some other games that are coming out soon that we don't want you to forget about, but we also don't want to spend a lot of time talking about. And Mario Maker 2 was in that sizzle reel, which is the correct way to do it. Mario Maker 2 was just about to come out. Having them focus like 15 minutes in the presentation on Mario Maker 2 would have been catastrophically terrible. But instead they were just like, here's a 5-second clip to remind you this game is coming out. That's what they need to do with stuff like Mario Golf, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, Skyward Sword. Stuff like that needs to be in a sizzle reel that's just kind of like, yeah, don't forget about these. Now, Nintendo does have the advantage of, since they have the Treehouse, they can show games like that during that as well. So it's even extra of, like, don't show too much during the event if you're just going to spend an hour on it in the Treehouse event. Oh, this one's easy peasy. But Capcom seemed kind of unaware of how they should even handle a show like this. And Capcom doesn't usually have their own event, right? So that might be part of it. They don't really get it yet. But I feel like Capcom did it just to say they did it. They're like, look, we had an E3 event. But it was also like... What? None of this is exciting. This is all stuff we've known about already. They didn't bring the hype. They were just kind of like, we're just gonna talk about the stuff you guys already know. And it's like, but I don't think that's what E3 is about, is the thing. Hell, I don't think they even talked about, like, Resident Evil DLC. I think they just said, we're making it, and that was it. Which was like, duh. you'd be foolish to believe that they aren't going to make DLC for a game that's doing as well as Villages. Yeah, it kind of seemed like they did it just to say they did it, instead of doing it because they had a lot of stuff to show off. And to a point, like, a lot of people are criticizing, like, the Square Enix event because it didn't really show us a whole lot. And I think she left. And while that is true, I also respect the fact that they didn't parade about their games that aren't going to come out for another 3 years. Like, I respect that. They could have just shown us Final Fantasy 16 and the 7 Remake Part 2, but they probably aren't coming out anytime soon. So they were like, well, let's not do that. And it's like, I kind of respect that. Especially in a time where, like, that used to be the thing, right? That used to be E3, where they would just be... Everyone would just talk about games that were like, this is coming out in 2024. Maybe. And I think people are over that now. They're like, no. Like, if you're not giving us an actual release date, get fucked. Like, why are you even showing it to us now if it's not coming out anytime soon? Same with cinematic trailers. I think people are reaching a point with those where they're like, no? This is nothing to be excited about? Which I'm happy about, because I was one of those people that hit that point way earlier than most people did. And then I was just sitting here rolling my eyes that people were getting hyped about cinematic trailers that don't show us anything. Yo, this sucks. What am I missing? What am I missing? Do I have to outright guess here? I don't want to have to do that. But that might be what I have to do. Is it weird that you're doing the math to do these puzzles? No, I mean, it's math. Yeah, that's why, the Final Fantasy Origin trailer, I was like, this is cool because it's fucking gameplay, dude. Like, we're seeing something real here. We're not seeing just, here's the opening cutscene. I think cinematic trailers are only okay if they're sequels and you kind of know what to expect. I can't really criticize the Mario and Rabbids sequel having a cinematic trailer. First of all, they showed more than just the cinematic trailer, so that helps. But it was also like, well, it's Mario and Rabbids, we know what this is. Like, we're familiar with this. We don't really have to question, like, what am I looking at? I think I am gonna have to just guess on this one. I mean, not guess, but I'm gonna have to, like, I'm gonna have to just pick something and just start filling it in and see where it takes me. Which I don't love, but sometimes what can you do? This looks like it's panning out so far. Yeah, that plays out. I got very lucky that my first try, I was like, hey, there it is. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with cinematic trailers. I mean, one, you don't know what you're looking at, and two, it gives you a potential false idea of what the game is going to be. Now, I think they can be, I think they can be presented in a good way. Like I said yesterday, like, half jokingly, but I'm also being very serious, that the trailer for Outer Worlds 2 was a fantastic trailer. Because one, it is a cinematic trailer, but it's a sequel, so you already kind of know what to expect from that type of game. And it's very self-aware. Like, they knew that they were making a cinematic trailer that isn't showing you shit, and they leaned into that, like, super hard, which made it really funny. But I think in particular, like, a new game reveal needs to have, like, actual fucking gameplay, so people actually know what they're looking at. Man, I felt like I wasn't losing. I hadn't lost my touch in those first moments, and now I'm kind of like, yo, hold on, slow down. What's going on here? Why is the video game being a tryhard? I guess something that's important. And I didn't watch the event, I only read a recap, so, like, I don't know. Volpe, did you actually watch it? The Capcom event, that is. How long was the Capcom event? That's pretty important. Because I think, in particular, if an event's gonna be really long, it has to be really snappy. Like, you have to just be like, boom, games, boom, games, boom, games. Like, you just have to, like, not slow down. And Nintendo is typically good with this. Every now and then they'll do, like, a fucking deep dive in the middle of a direct, and you're like, what are you doing? But for the most part, they're usually pretty good at that. And then from what I heard, the Microsoft conference event, whatever the fuck you want to call it, was pretty good in that regard. Like, it kept moving, which is good. So if Capcom's was, like, 15 minutes, that's not that bad. If it was an hour and a half, it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, that problem. Granted, it wasn't a bad game. No, Watch Dogs was a bad game, wasn't it? Wasn't that considered to be a horrible, complete flop of a game? Someone said it's because people not knowing what it was that they bought it. Yeah, that's probably why they did it, because they're at that point they're selling the game based on the cutscene. It's a very mainstream thing to do. You're trying to take advantage of the fact that, like, super mainstream casual gamers don't really look into news. They only look at the trailer. So that's why they did it. It's kind of sleazy. And it needed to stop. Does it make sense from a business standpoint? Yeah. Is it sleazy business? Yeah. It's deliberately taking advantage of people that don't know any better. Like, yeah, that's sleazy, alright. Oh, yeah, that's right, because they just went in hard on esports at the end, too. God, I kind of wish esports would fuck off. Like, it's so cringy watching, like, the AAA developers try to cater to it super hard. Like, just let it be a thing, dude. Like, what was wrong with esports just, like, being its own thing? And now, I think part of my opinion on that comes from the fact that Blizzard, like, kind of threw their fucking company down the drain by going hard on esports. So I'm like, man, just leave it alone. Like, but they see an opportunity to make money, and they're like, well, we gotta get involved in that. We knew about the stories and Rise crossovers, though, is the thing. I know you said you don't keep up with it, but it's like, we knew about that, all of that stuff. Why even show Monster Hunter Rise there? That was not new information. 2 weeks ago, they showed an event on Twitch, focused exclusively on Monster Hunter Rise, and they showed us all of that. Why are you showing it again at E3? And it goes for everything. Like I said, if they released a Mario Golf trailer like a couple weeks ago, if they show that trailer during Nintendo's E3, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why? Why are you arbitrarily wasting our time? Some people could say, like, oh, well, people are watching this that might not have seen the news otherwise. I disagree, because I don't think that many people watch E3, and they put the trailer on fucking Twitter, and a lot of people use fucking Twitter. I think the reach of that being on Twitter is better than the reach of E3, to be completely honest. Like, putting their trailers on social media is probably getting enough done. I don't think they have to show it at E3. Most people that are watching E3 are either the press or they're people like us who just, like, eat up all of that news. I don't think they're necessarily reaching, a new audience with it or anything. Now, it's worth being fair on this and adding this asterisk. To a point, what the fuck do I know? I might be, like, 100% wrong. Maybe they actually do hit a broader audience with E3 events, and I just don't think they do. I would assume, big ol' asterisks, I would assume that the average gamer does not watch E3. They probably don't even know what it was. Like, we're talking about your fucking chads that only play Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto and shit. Like, I don't think they even know E3 is a thing. So presenting information to them in an event like this is like, why? There's better ways of doing that. Now, I think in Capcom's case, like I said, I think they're kind of new to... They don't usually have E3 events. I don't think they usually do their own event. They usually just piggyback on Sony or Nintendo or whatever they're releasing games for at the moment. So I think, like, they're kind of new to it, and I don't think they necessarily get it. And I think that kind of showed. I think they did it because marketing and not because they wanted to put on a good event. Like, let's put it that way. They maybe did it for the wrong reasons. Also had an interesting realization just, like, this morning, whereas, like... Because, as we do, or at least I'd like to think I'm not the only person that does this. In fact, I probably don't do it as much as other people do, as other streamers do. But as we prepare for E3 in the morning, today is effectively, like... E3 is today for me. Because I just got up, like, 2 hours ago. So I'm going to stay up, and I will catch it in the morning, which will be my night before I go to sleep. So for me, E3 is today. So as I'm thinking about, like, when I hit record for the event, like, what's my intro? What do I want to make sure to say in the intro? What do I want to make sure to say in the outro? Stuff like that. As I'm just starting to get, like, a mental plan for that. I started thinking about one that was, like... Oh, you know, we didn't have an E3 last year, so this is the first one we've had in 2 years. But then I realized as I was thinking about all of that, like, Nintendo hasn't had a traditional E3 conference in, like, many years. They've been doing the digital events for a long time already. So it's not really any different to us as Nintendo fans. Like, this is just kind of normal. They still didn't do one last year for E3. I'm sure they did one at another point in time, but I just don't remember. But it's just an interesting thought of like, oh yeah, Nintendo was already kind of ahead of the curve on this one. Get a load of this sleazy-looking motherfucker. Which, by the way, reminder, my plan is to go live around 11 a.m. Eastern, which is an hour before their event starts. We're gonna play Snake RX Sneakers. I don't know how. I'll never know how to say it, probably. For about an hour. Once the event starts, I'm basically going to, like, minimize chat. I want my focus to be solely on the event, taking in the information and reacting to it. I don't want to be distracted by looking away to chat and then missing something or something like that. So I'll catch up with chat after the fact. I'll effectively be live streaming the recording of the reaction, if that makes sense. Which to a point kind of sucks, I think, because I think a lot of people will come to a stream like that because they want to talk to the streamer about it, but I would rather focus... I'd rather put my focus on what I'm watching, first and foremost. And then after the fact, we'll just hang out and watch Treehouse. And, until I'm too tired to go on any further. So those that will be awake, if you want to come hang out, I'd love to have you. If you won't be awake, the stream itself will be in archive later, of course. Then there's also gonna be, like, the solo recording of just the event reaction that they'll upload separately. That way, hopefully, everybody will be covered, and, like, no matter how you choose to watch it, you'll have it available to you. Oh, just like putting stuff on Netflix like boosts viewership. I mean, it makes sense. Streaming services are so like mainstream these days that. Now the tricky thing there, and I'd be curious to know more about how this sort of shit works, but like, I'd be curious to know how does that translate to them like making money, if that makes sense. Like, let's take, say Lightgazer made a TV show 15 years ago. And it did okay. Like, you broke even, you made enough that you didn't lose money on the show, but you didn't necessarily make money on the show. And now you decided, I'm gonna put that on Netflix. And it hits a broader audience, because of the fact that it's on a popular streaming platform, but what does that mean as far as income goes? I'd be curious to know how much, like... So now the show's popping. People are like, this show kicks ass. I fucking love Lightgazer the series. This is the best TV show I've seen in the last decade. But since it's on a streaming service, how much of a cut do they get from that? I guess is what I'm getting at. Now, granted, you also get the bonus from... People might buy merchandise and stuff like that then. They might buy it on DVD. So there's that as well, but I'd be curious to know, like, what the turnaround on that is, I guess is what I'm getting at. How much do people get paid to put their stuff on Netflix, I guess? Do they get paid more if it gets watched a lot? Like, is there an incentive for putting something that will get watched, like, more than other things? Do you get more money from that? Or is it just a flat fee? That would explain why some people might take their stuff off of Netflix eventually. Because if it's like #1 in the country and people are eating that shit up, but they're not actually making more money on it, why wouldn't you put it somewhere else where you could potentially make more money? I don't know anything about how this sort of shit works. I'm just thinking out loud. I imagine nobody does. There's probably not a lot of people that can weigh in on how this shit works, but I get curious to learn about how stuff like that works, is what I'm getting at. These are the sort of boring-ass things you think about when you're an adult. It's basically what it comes down to. Yeah, it's the thing, like, does the contract account for the fact that if it gets them a certain number of views, then you get paid more? Or is it just a flat fee? That's the sort of stuff I'm curious about. And again, I don't expect anybody to have an answer on this, because I can't imagine it being widely spread information. Typically, when it comes to, like, the inner workings of stuff like that, it's typically not very transparent, so... That's true, yeah, there's no, like, loss to put it on Netflix. Or any streaming service, because the show's already made. The only loss would be... In this example, I said, what, 15 years ago? You might not have had it built for widescreen, so you might have to, like, remaster it for better quality. So you might potentially see some cost from that. 15 years ago, you were probably accounting for stuff like that already, but still. And then I guess there's the potential income from, hey, people love this enough now that it might be worth making a sequel and making a new series. But I guess I look, as a creator, I tend to look at it from the perspective of, what's in it for me? Like, hypothetically, if I were to go down this path, where is the incentive? If I were to make a TV show, and decide to put it on Netflix, what's in it for me, aside from exposure? I mean, to a point, exposure is good. Like, being paid in exposure is kind of a meme. And of course, you do not want to be paid in exposure. It's awful. But exposure is good. It is a good thing. It's just... It's kind of a meme because of people trying to say... It turned into, well, I don't want to actually pay you, so I'll pay you in exposure. But, like, exposure is good. Don't get me wrong. It's just... If you're presenting... If you're approaching a creator about something, and you want to pay them to do work, typically if you say, I'll pay you in exposure, they're gonna laugh at you. Because it's like... Chances are, if you're approaching them, they already had enough exposure for you to know about them. So... What's your exposure to them? I think typically the best way of getting paid in exposure is when you offer to do something. I think that's the appeal to that. I mean, granted, it's not typically why I offer to do things. Just to get that out there. Like, typically if I offer to do, like, a layout or a thumbnail or an emote for Twain, for example, I don't do it because I'm thinking, ooh, I can get exposure out of this. I do it because he's a good friend, and I like doing stuff. I like helping with stuff. But if I were to, like, market myself more aggressively and go around to, like, a bunch of random streams and be like... First of all, I wouldn't do that because I see people trying to do that, and people typically think it's fucking annoying, so you have to do it very carefully. But that would, if I were to do that, that would be the appeal of it, I think, is like, oh, this helps my name get out there. I've been thinking about it lately, especially with the Twitch streamers I watch. Because, like, I don't watch a lot of people on YouTube anymore, and there's a mix of reasons for that. A lot of it is that there's not a lot of people live by the time I'm done streaming. And I've also been unsubbing from a lot of people because they just only play Mario games over and over and over again, and I'm like, I'm bored. I'm not gonna watch this. But as a result, I find myself watching more Twitch, and it's harder to network on Twitch for obvious reasons. And, I've been thinking, like, well, what can I do about that? And my mind has gone to, well, what if you, like, do fan art for these guys or something? And try to get eyes on your Twitter account. And then eventually that'll kind of snowball into, they're gonna notice me saying something about streaming at some point. They're gonna be like, oh, you stream. And at that point, you don't even have to bring it up. You can just let them naturally discover it, but you have to still find a way to get it to a point where they will naturally discover it. That's weird that you have a uniform when you work in the kitchen. Honestly. I mean, I guess it makes sense, because there's still, like, some safety precautions to be had there. But you'd think that they wouldn't care, since no one sees you anyway. No customers do, anyway. But this is even relevant for, like, Nintendo Switch Online, for example. Like, what does a company have to go through to say we want to put our game on Nintendo Switch Online? Like, what's in it for them? How much of a cut do they get of what Nintendo makes? Obviously, with something like the NES, what they really want to go for is, if we put one of our games on here, it might encourage people to buy the other games. Like, I think it's completely insane that Capcom hasn't put at least Mega Man 2 and 3 on NES Online. Why wouldn't you put at least one or two of them on there? Perhaps pull people in who are like, hey, I really like this. Oh, I can buy the Legacy Collections on sale for like $10. Why wouldn't you do that? That seems like free money. And very little loss. I'm sure there's more to it than that, though, is the thing. Have to be careful with conversations like this, because, like, I've really got my brain cooking right now. I might burn myself out on Picross sooner rather than later if I'm stretching my brain in this many directions at once. What a bunch of sleazy-looking motherfuckers. Okay. Good start. We only have 3 of these out of 20, and 2 out of 60? Holy shit! Okay. Back in we go. So we finished the first 5 pages last week. Which is, what, 75 puzzles? 75 puzzles. We're not doing bullshit Mega Picross because fuck Mega Picross. We're gonna have to do it at some point tonight, but we're not gonna start with it. That's what I'm getting at. I thought about doing a mock-up for a streamer fighting game. Is a random idea I had. It wouldn't be something... It wouldn't be a game I'd actually be trying to make. It would just be a... like a character select mock-up. And I'd start small with, like, streamers I know, but then work it up to, like, including some of these bigger streamers I watch on Twitch in an attempt to be like, hey, check out my work. I don't know, though. I feel like that... I always worry that it comes off just way too, hey, look at me. And it's such a... Perhaps the worst part about being a freelance artist is you want people to look at your stuff, but if you're introverted enough, you don't want to pester people to look at your stuff. And it's like, how do you find a balance there? It sucks. It's like, of course you, like... I mentioned I'm probably not going to do the GDQ montage for this upcoming event in July. And that's because the last two I did, like, didn't get much traction on Twitter. And, like... I don't want to just start tweeting it at people and be like, yo, look at my stuff. God damn it. Pay attention to me. Like, I don't know, I don't like being that needy, dude. I just don't like it. But it's also like, well, if you want to market yourself successfully, you kind of have to do it, which sucks. Just gotta find a way to balance it and be like, well... this works, and I don't feel like a complete sleazy asshole when I do it, so... this will do, I guess. 2, 1, 1, 2, only the one way. You love to see it. If I had more energy when it came to doing artwork, I'd honestly just chase trends on Twitter. That's probably like a pretty good way of doing things. Like, just watch what's trending, and then when Metroid Prime 4 is trending because of E3, be like, I'm gonna draw Samus really quick. Breath of the Wild's trending, I'm gonna draw Zelda really quick. That's probably actually like a very good way of doing things. The thing is I tend to not like drawing fast. I tend to like taking my time. So that's a bit of a disadvantage, but I feel like if you're like a younger artist and you want to get your shit noticed, that's probably a very good idea. Just look for what's trending and then just be like, I'm gonna draw what's trending so that when people click on this to see why it's trending, there's a chance they might see my work, and then someone might see it and be like, yo, this is sick, I love it, and they might retweet it, and, you know, it just goes from there. I don't think I work fast enough for that to work, though, for me personally. I'm a slow artist. It might be something I want to work on. Oh no. What have I done? This is one of those cases where I made a mistake and I have no idea where the mistake is. I was probably moving too fast and I made an error. Oh, fuck. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Something's wrong with this area, so we're just gonna clear this out. We don't have to completely start over, but we do have to, like, gather our thoughts here and figure out what I did wrong. I don't know what I did wrong, but I fixed it. So it looks like a Mega Man enemy with eyes. Nope, it's a durian. Of course it is. Duh. You can see it, right? It has the little Met-Tool eyes. The shifty Met-Tool eyes, and it opens up and has the eyes, and then it closes. Okay, anyway. Come on, my son. Brad, Scarlett, how you guys doing? Like, Gazer, stop trying to cook up nightmare scenarios. Probably a Jag. It could have been a Jaguar. It could have been anything, really. How'd the rest of your stream go this morning, Brad? Did you do anything else after Slay the Spire, or was that it? By the way, I imagine you will probably be streaming too, unless this makes you decide you don't want to, which is not my intent. But, I'm gonna be playing Snack Game in the morning, which is our night, before Nintendo's E3 event. So if you have any interest in seeing how I play it, it'll be in about 13 hours. About 13 hours. But like I said, if you were planning on streaming yourself, don't let me be like, hey, you should come do this instead. Like, do what you gotta do. Should have mentioned it this morning, but like, even though I'm like so sure that you would never be like, hey, don't self-promote in my channel, because I don't think you really care about stuff like that, I have it like so hardwired in my brain that I'm still like, I can't say, oh, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. That's just rude. I was really worried about getting bored of the music in this game, but it's like, it's kind of boppy. Hasn't happened yet. I mean, I guess we're still in the early moments of the game, but... You know, it could happen in hour 30. I might be like, yo, fuck this music. Enough is enough. Save me, Pretzel Rocks, you're my only hope. Yeah, I imagine that you don't really care unless people start taking it to an extreme degree where that's like the only thing they talk about, and then you might be like, hey, enough is enough. A power shovel. Oh, I see it. Okay. I was like, are those feet resting on a pile of towels? Like, from the knee down, it's like two legs, one's wearing a sock and the other one isn't, and it's resting on a pile of towels. No, it's just a fucking earth mover, dude. Like, it's simple. And I'm typically the same way as far as that goes. Like, I don't care if people bring it up every now and again, but if it starts to turn into, is this the only reason you come to my stream is to talk about when you're going to stream? That's when I start getting kind of like, Or if it's like someone that's never here, and I feel like that's the only reason they come to streams. It's just, oh, but by the way, I'm gonna be live and I'm gonna play Fortnite in 5 minutes. You guys should all come watch. And then I'm probably gonna be like, yo, fuck you. I was watching someone on Twitch last night where someone did that. They came in and they were like, hey, I'm gonna go live in a bit. Could you raid me? And like, the streamer just said, yeah, sure, I'll raid you. He didn't, but he was like, yeah, sure. Like, just to fuck with them, I guess. Like, I don't know. And then he came back later and asked something about, like, could someone here support me? Or something like that. And he was just like, support this! Like, this is so stupid, but it's, that's why that particular streamer's funny, I guess, is because it's stupid. Some people can pull off stupid, like, really well. Typically stupid and memey, I'm just like, nah. Hard pass. Just be like, you have my support. You're too kind to viewers like that. Really? I don't think I could find it in myself to even, like, troll them with niceness, because I'd still feel like I'm being too nice. I got nothing. Are those supposed to be... Is that supposed to have whiskers? Like, I kinda see it, but I don't fully see it. I'm having a hard time, like... It looks like it has a big black X on its face. Like, something looks strange there. Yeah, that's true. Like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You didn't tell me you wanted me to, like, promote your channel. I thought you just wanted some friendly emotional support. Is that like a perfect fit? Not quite, but enough that we know that this goes here. Oh god, not again. There we go. There's something. Will you be here for E3 tomorrow, Scarlet, or will you be sound asleep? I don't know what your schedule is like. Sleep, work, or otherwise. I don't even know what you do at the moment, as far as work goes. You went back to... Was it UPS or FedEx? I can't remember. Did that last, or did you say, oh right, I hate this, and get the fuck out? It's a deer, dude! Whatever. Same difference. I ended it a while ago. That's good, honestly, because I remember that you didn't like it, so... Man, sometimes I boot up a new puzzle and I'm just like, oh god. Oh man. Can't stop it. As much as I try, can't stop it. It's just slept pretty well, so I'm not sure what was happening. Why are you giving me that answer? Why are you telling me that this one has to be that one? I guess because it can only fit like that. Still, I could have figured that out on my own. Thank you very much. Fucking backseating game. Could someone time out the game, please, for backseating? You probably won't be able to be here. I imagine you'll probably be asleep or something. Well, if I last throughout the entire Treehouse presentation, then, honestly, I probably should have taken tonight off, just so I could have slept in and had more energy to do all the E3 stuff, but whatever. We'll see how it goes. If I stick out through the whole E3, through their whole Nintendo's entire thing, including Treehouse, we'll be there for like 5 hours, so maybe you'll be able to stop in for a bit at least. I don't know just how far I'll make it in that regard. I can't make any promises. If it's a super hype E3, then maybe I'll probably have plenty of energy, but if it's like middling, I'll probably be like, I kind of want to go to sleep. And or if they're just like, we're gonna play Breath of the Wild for 3 hours, and then I'm gonna be like, ha, fuck you. I'm out. Peace. Yeah, I was gonna ask if there's anything, if you've seen anything at E3 that like lights your fire, but you don't seem like an E3 kind of guy, if I'm being honest. It does seem like you play more indie stuff than anything these days, and they don't necessarily have an E3 presence. They do, a bit, but... When's the PC show? Was that today? I might want to go back and watch the PC show. I haven't heard anything about that, so maybe there was some good stuff there. It had to have been today, because the only two tomorrow are Nintendo and Namco. So it had to be today. I completely forgot about that one. See, I can see that. There's two types of hype. One of them I like and the other one I hate. The type of hype I like is just being surprised by announcements and being like, yo, it looks super cool. The type of hype I don't like are the people who have just spent the last 3 months hyping themselves up about new Metroid games, and then the moment that there isn't a new Metroid game, they're just gonna be like, Nintendo's the worst company ever, and I'm gonna boycott them. Like, that's the kind of hype that I'm like, nah. This is just toxicity by another name. Like, this is shitty. But going in with like low expectations and then just being surprised, and that's fun. I enjoy that. But I'm definitely over the... I used to do the thing where I'd get my hopes really high, and then the presentation would play out, and I'd be like, this is boring. Like, there's nothing good here. And that's because I set my expectations too high. So I try not to do that anymore. Now I'm just like, surprise me. Show me something that I don't expect to see coming. And I'll probably be happy. Like, low-key, if we make it through Nintendo's E3 without a single Mario game, I'll be hype. Because that's unexpected. Like, that'll be cool. And I'll be like, yeah, that means we actually got stuff that, like, was unexpected. If we come out of it and they're just like, here's Mario Odyssey 2 and Mario Kart 9 and Mario Maker 3, I'm gonna be like, this sucks. This is awful. Because it's just boring. Even though I like 3D Mario games, so that'll be, like, ultimately I would be hype about it. That's a tricky one, because it's like, I do like 3D Mario games, but I'm also like, I'd rather see literally anything else. I'd rather see a Donkey Kong game, or a Yoshi game, or a Wario game, or something. Like, as far as platformers go. But at the end of the day, I do enjoy 3D Mario games, so I'd probably still be like, oh, that's cool. I like it. This one's tough, dude. Now's when we really gotta start doing, like, some troubleshooting. Like, we're getting, like, one piece at a time here. We ain't feasting, that's for sure. We are bopping, though, I guess. I guess that's something. I think a lot of what, and we talk about this all the time, this is nothing new, but I think a lot of what killed the quote-unquote hype generation was fucking Smash Brothers, honestly. Like, it's to a point where getting excited about Smash Brothers isn't even fun anymore because people just take it to really stupid degrees. Like, not only is there just idiocy where people are like, they should put Roblox in Smash, lol. But there's also the bullshit where people are, like, fucking threatening Sakurai on Twitter over character picks and shit. Like, it just got stupid, and it's like, this isn't fun anymore. This is just bad now. Like, now it just feels bad to be a part of it. Which sucks, because as we talked the other night, like, Smash Brothers means a lot to me, because as someone who only got into Nintendo stuff with the N64 generation, that was what introduced me to a lot of Nintendo properties that I now really enjoy. So it's like, it has there's a special place in my heart for Smash Brothers, just due to the joy it's brought me now. So it hurts me to like look at Smash Brothers now and be like, I don't want any part of this fucking of all this speculation and shit. Now it just feels gross. And it's like, dude, that sucks. It's like when I was making that music playlist of music from my high school years, and low-key I was like, yo, All-Star needs to be on here by Smash Mouth. But I was like, that song's a fucking meme now, and it's been kind of ruined because of it. So that sucks. Because I feel like it belongs on here, but it's also kind of cringy and not great these days. Isn't it? It's so weird that being a meme, like, killed that song, yet being a meme made Never Gonna Give You Up a better song. Like, that song's a fucking banger, dude. Like, it becoming a meme is just like, well, now people know of the song. Like, now people acknowledge that people may have not heard of it at all until it became a meme. Yet with All-Star, it's like, man, I don't want to hear this song ever again. Memes are weird. Cauliflower. And or broccoli. Oh, I actually got it the first time. I was like, there's no way it's going to be cauliflower. It's going to be broccoli. Broccoli's the mainstream vegetable that looks like a tree. There's no way they're gonna pick the niche one. Like, they could have picked Mario, and they dared to pick Donkey Kong. I appreciate that. I appreciate and respect it. Sitting here playing a $3 game that no one, including the dev, expected would be played by anyone. It's a well-made game, dude. It's amazing how much... I think all of what, at least 50% of why that game is popular is because the presentation's really fucking good. Like, just the overall, like, style of the game, it looks really sharp, the soundtrack's really good. If the graphics were, like, Among Us, I don't think people would care. Because then they'd be like, this looks terrible. Yeah, exactly. The Smash community is terrible. And I'm sure I'll come to terms with it sooner or later, just like I did with the Sonic community. There's a lot of bad in the Sonic community, too. But I'm like, I can still be a Sonic fan. I can find a middle ground. I can acknowledge that they're terrible without sacrificing the fact that I still really like the games and I'm really passionate about the franchise. I haven't found that with Smash Brothers yet, unfortunately. At the moment, I'd rather just be like, nah, this is nasty and I don't like it. But maybe someday. Maybe someday I'll figure it out again. I guess the thing is like a lot of communities have that problem, and sometimes you just gotta kind of power through it. Again, like, not let it ruin what you like. And it hasn't ruined what I like necessarily. I still appreciate and get it, even though I haven't like played Smash Brothers in a long time. I still like get excited about it. It's just that, like, I don't like talking to people about it anymore, I guess is the thing that sucks. And that was something else that was very important to me, is I remember, like, talking with friends a lot, speculating over what characters they were gonna put in and stuff, and having a lot of fun with that, thinking up our own movesets. But now it's just, like, so cringy and bad that it's like, I'd rather not be associated with that community. Now, part of it is also that I made the mistake of trying to stream Smash Brothers, and that was not fun. That was not fun. I think a lot of people that still stream Smash Brothers are like, this is awful and I hate it. Like, it's an exhausting game to stream. I got nothing. It's a flower? What is it? Oh, is it like a bird? What's a cassowary? Is it like a... It's a bird of some kind, it looks like? Dude, they're going for like all the niche picks. Yeah, I almost wonder if maybe I should come up with a way to like... Should we have a Smash night for the channel, but I don't stream it? I mentioned this, was this last night I mentioned this? YouTube has, you can set your chat to be members only, which is cool, but it's very limited. Twitch has something where you can set chat to be 30-minute follower mode, where like you can only chat if you've been following for a certain amount of time. I feel like that would be really useful for something like Smash streams, because then we could do it, but I wouldn't have to worry about all the little try-hard kids that are just like 1v1 me, bro. That would probably help a lot. I love when they give you a free row like that. Hey, Alexander. How's it going? It was, excuse me, it was a 15 by 15 grid. Yo, another free row. You love to see it. Is this one also free? Almost. That's almost free. It's enough that it gives us a little bit to work with, but not a lot to work with. Actually, I lied. We've already gotten a lot from those 2 blocks. I can't be mad about it. No, mods are... Unless you just mean from chat, I'm pretty sure mods are exempt from that. I think mods can still chat, regardless. I've never had a problem with Twain's streams when he does member only. I'm still, like, able to chat just fine. Now, if you want to get, like, technical about it, if we made the game, like, you can't play unless you're a member... That's up to this. That's your own personal discretion. I would personally say mods can still play. That's a thank you for doing your moderator things. Is that yes, you can still join. And I think that's how Twain looks at it too. I might be wrong though, because I haven't really joined any of that stuff in a while. That's another reason why, like, you have to be following for a certain amount of time is pretty good. Because I'd love to do, like, regular-only stuff, but you kind of can't police that super easily. Especially when it comes to, like, who's able to join and actually play. No, it has to be that. But I think I, for now, have, just decided I'm just not gonna do multiplayer stuff. Like, that's just the easier way to do it. Unless the game is, like, set up in a way that's like, oh, this is super compatible for streaming, which my hopes on Mario Golf being good for that are, like, pretty high. I feel like that could potentially be a fun multiplayer stream game. What's that supposed to be? Oh, so like it's like a carriage. It's an Oregon Trail. A lot on this one. Love the free rows, baby. A lot of my hope on Mario Golf is like Mario Kart has those weird tournaments. I think we talked about this on like Thursday or something. They have those weird tournaments where it's like you can open up a tournament, but ultimately all you're competing for are like points. So if you open up a tournament and you're the only one playing at that given time, because you open it for like a period of 24 hours, then it's like you're just playing against computers to like rack up points. It's not like direct multiplayer competition. And I think golf would lend really well to that. I don't think. I know it would lend really well to that. So I'm hopeful that like we'll be able to make something out of that. I hope they didn't lean too hard on, like, the party modes. Because I'm honestly not that keen on... Hey, run around and fuck with each other while you're trying to golf. It's like, just fucking let me golf, dude. Just let me play the game. Not everything needs to be fucking Mario Party. I like that they're adding modes like that, but it's just, they're not for me. It's not gonna have Jim Frick. And I don't know if that's... I would assume that's a good thing, right? But it will have Waluigi. And a buttoned-up polo, I'm pretty sure. That's probably, like, it's such a silly thing to care about, but I love that in the new Mario sports games, they give the characters, like, actual sporting attire. I think that's such a neat touch. Or the bastard Gary Woodland. You can play as your Mii, So you could technically make a Mii of Jim Furyk or the bastard Gary Woodland. and then play as them. You could technically do that. I'm not sure who would want to, but you could. This also means that you could make Samir Thrustmaster. And that might be the real victory, is that Samir Thrustmaster could be in Mario Golf. And I would love if this is the moment where Brad is like, I need to get a Nintendo Switch. Like, if this is the moment where it's like, oh, in that case. It'd be super funny. Yeah, so everyone's in Mario Golf. Yeah, you could put anyone in Mario Golf. As long as you could make a Mii of them, you're good to go. Which, unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna have, like, the Mii customization that Miitopia does, which is unfortunate. Because, damn, they should just put that in everything now. You can make some wild shit with that. All those pasty fuckers in the PGA Tour look like the same person. How are they pasty? Don't you get like... Don't you think you'd get a pretty good tan playing golf all the time? Like, I've gone outside like 4 times in the last year, so, you know, I'm pale as fuck. But you'd think if you played golf that often that you'd probably get a pretty good tan eventually. Unless they're, like, hiding from the sun. Like, can you imagine someone playing golf, but, like, they refuse to, like, step out into the sun? They're like, yo, game idea, vampire golf. So you have to, like, deliberately hit your ball into the shade all the time? Because you can only golf from the shade? Yo, that's an idea. That is it. That sounds like an indie game idea. I'm not gonna lie to you. That sounds like an idea. Is it a good idea? I didn't say that. I just said it's an idea. Don't get it twisted. I hope you're looking forward to catching some Mario Golf when I stream it, at least, Brad. I won't lie, I think watching you play golf is part of the reason why I was like, yeah, I wanna get the new Mario Golf. I think that'll be fun. I'll have to see if I can emulate your golf toxicity. It's a statue of, like, Buddha or something. Boom, baby. Feels good. They all wear little umbrella hats. Yeah, and then just have, like, the different vampires have, like, different sun resistances. So some of them can go out into the sun, but, like, you have to really hurry. Like, you can't... You gotta fucking drive that mother. You gotta chew some fucking fiber, like, super fast. Because, you know, that sun hurts. But then others can kind of, like... They can kind of take their time and line up their shots. It would add a whole new sense of urgency. I am worried, like, I mean, I think Mario Golf will be a fun campaign playthrough, if nothing else. I am a little worried that, like, the multiplayer might not be great. We'll see. I feel like it could go either way. It could either be amazing or it's gonna be awful. I think I'll probably like it more than tennis, though. And I liked tennis a lot, but it was just... I didn't really like playing it multiplayer, because it was just a bunch of fucking meta whores. Like, it was just a game of... Someone tweets out Bowser Jr. is the best character in the game, and suddenly that's the only character you see anyone playing, which was just kind of... It's fucking boring, dude. I dislike shit like that. It's part of what I didn't like about streaming Smash. It's like, it was just people played the same fucking characters over and over again. I get bored fighting against the same character after a while. I get bored playing as the same character after a while, but in particular, I get bored of fighting them. That's why I kept thinking, like, let's make like a roguelike, like Nuzlocke Smash Brothers setup where, like, if you lose with a character, they just get eliminated for forever. We'll just, like, narrow down the roster slowly throughout the night. Because that would actually force people to play different stuff and would probably renew my interest in playing it. But again, it's super hard to, like, police. Which is why I was like, the easiest way to do this would be if only regulars would play. I don't see it being as annoying in golf, though, just because, like... Since it's not direct competition, for starters. Where you're not fucking with each other, so you don't have to be like, dude, I'm so sick of getting hit with Marth's counter. Like, someone ban Marth, please. Like, I'm really fucking sick of this. It's just like, okay, so they're playing Marth, who cares? Because it's like... They're just over there hitting their balls, and I'm over here hitting my balls. It's fine. Bum, 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 bum. Ha 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 ha. I guess a better example is Joker. I fucking hated playing against Jokers. That was not a fun character to play against, in my opinion. And that week that Joker came out, boy, fucking everyone wanted to play him. I think that was the last... Did I even stream Smash Brothers once Hero came out? Even though that was actually a character I was, like, excited about? I certainly haven't since Banjo-Kazooie came out, which is a fucking travesty, because that was a fucking character that I've wanted since Smash 64. So you think that would have been the one that made me say, dude, we gotta play fucking Smash Brothers again. But even that wasn't enough. I was like, like, awesome. But also, I don't want to play with this with the Smash Brothers community anymore. One of these days I'll break down and we'll figure it out and we'll make it work. People don't want a satisfying challenge or a nuanced experience, they just want gratification with the least resistance, basically. I didn't even bother trying to guess what that one was. That one actually went very quickly. But yeah, and it's gotta win. I think that's why I like speedrunning, because speedrunning isn't, like, low resistance. It's competitive, but it's, like, a competitive challenge. It's not a play the character that's top tier so you have the best chance of winning. Because typically, otherwise, I hate all things competition. Now, again, I think golf will work out because it's not, like, you're not directly fucking with each other. So I'm not going to be sitting here going, yo, that move is bullshit. That character should be banned. Like, that's not going to be a thing that's going to happen, I don't think. In the crazy party mode, maybe. But I don't think we're going to play a lot of that mode, because I don't think I'm going to like it that much. I'll give it a shot, but I probably am not going to care for it. Again, I like that it's there, though. Don't get me wrong. Because I think if Mario Kart's any indication, people fucking love that. The only thing that matters is luck type of gameplay. So sure. Make it. Innovate. Do what you gotta do. I just don't think I'm gonna care for it. I hope the people that do like that sort of stuff think it's fun, though. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we grow as gamers. And realize that not every game has to be for us. What am I doing? That's not right at all. Whoa, my controller got away from me for a second there. That was a little weird. Did I mention that the Switch Pro D-pad is hot trash? I'm pretty sure I have. Pretty sure I have, but I'm just gonna throw it out there. It's an alarm clock, right? 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 It's a fucking alarm clock, dude. Don't try and tell me otherwise. Mario Kart isn't Mario Kart without the chaos. I strongly disagree. I think Mario Kart 8 was at its greatest when it didn't have the chaos. It was quite possibly one of the best racing games I've ever played. And then they were just like, let's just make it bullshit. They're like, what if we take our game that's very good and very well balanced and just make it bullshit? I'd like to think the developers looked at each other and said, we already fucked it up by putting every single Koopaling in the game, so why not, right? What do we have to lose? Not only did we put every single Koopaling in the game and fucking ruin the roster, but everyone loves it despite that, so yeah, we're invincible. Let's just do whatever we want. Mario in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. Am I saying that no Mario game is good? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that even the bad Mario games people think are like the best games ever made. Just because it's Mario. It's super, it's like Scarlett was saying, it's super mainstream and low resistance. It's like so easy and safe to like Mario games. You know what actually, like, infuriates me? It's not the fact that, oh, Mario games are super mainstream. It's not that. It's that when they do make a Mario game that's, like, super fucking imaginative and interesting, no one seems to care. Like, all these people that just milk the shit out of Mario games on YouTube, I would put money that they're not gonna play the Mario and Rabbids sequel. Like, they're not gonna play that shit. It's not safe. It's too risky. So they're willing to milk the shit out of Mario games, but they're not willing to take any fucking chances. And that's the thing that I'm like, that's a shame. Like, that sucks. Like, play the fucking Mario and Luigi games, dude. Like, those are some good-ass RPGs. But no, then you'd have to put your precious Mario Maker back on the shelf for a couple weeks. Oh no. Anyway. I feel like I could legit just, like... How about we do a stream that... I'm being 100% sarcastic right now. I just want to throw that out there before I continue. How about we make a stream that, we don't even play a video game, we just bitch about Mario games. I feel like I probably could. I don't think... Nah, I'd get sick of it after a while, I think. I bet a bunch of the people that milk Mario games won't even play Mario Golf when it comes out. Nobody played Mario Tennis. I think I saw one other streamer play Mario Tennis when that came out. So it's not like... It's not that Mario games are safe and mainstream, it's that Mario Maker and Mario World are safe and mainstream. Like, that's about all there is to it. What is that? It looks like some sort of monkey. What's a slow loris? What are with these niche picks, dude? I mean, I respect it, but still weird. People played Mario Tennis, but people didn't stream it. Now, to be fair, within the first 2 weeks, people were meta-whoring the shit out of that game. So, to a point, I get it, but I feel like people didn't even give it a try. That was a fun-ass game, dude. Until it came down to the multiplayer. Like, there wasn't enough solo content, was that game's issue, I think. For me, at least. Some people would argue, well, that's what games like that are built for, is to play multiplayer. And it's like, you're not incorrect, but... personally, I wanted more solo content out of it. They put fucking Mario Picross on Super Nintendo Online. Play that shit. Do it. Play it. But no, it's not fucking Mario World, so, you know. I guess what I'm getting at is I hate Mario World. Like, I guess that's what it comes down to. A lot of you are probably like, no shit. Really? You don't fucking say. I didn't figure that out on my own. After watching your content for like 2 weeks. I also hate Kaizo. I think Kaizo's stupid. Oh, nope, that could technically be it. Let's not do that. Just try- don't be afraid to try new things, people. Like, that's really all I'm getting at. And I think that's, like, the least petty, like, thing I'm getting at. Because ultimately, like... hey, stop playing fucking Mario Maker. Like, that's just being petty in my own tastes, to be fair. But I wish people would just try more things. One of the reasons I like watching Brad's streams in the morning so much is because he's always playing something different. Like, you never know what you're gonna see, and I love shit like that. I love being surprised and being like, yo, you're playing what? The fuck is this game? Now, to be fair, a lot of YouTube viewers don't fucking like that shit. So, I kinda get why people would just be like, I'm just gonna stream what's safe, because you're kinda punished for playing other shit on YouTube. The average viewer just wants Mario Maker over and over and over again, so, like, I get it, but the change has to start somewhere. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, is this another guess? Another guesser? Am I gonna have to be a dirty guesser? Because I don't like doing that, dude. And it is something I always feel like I have to clarify. I'm not considering moving to Twitch. That's like... I'm pretty sure the only thing that would make me move to Twitch is if, like, YouTube outright said, we're not going to allow you to stream here anymore. Whether that's me personally, or if they're just like, we're not going to have streaming anymore. You just can't stream on YouTube anymore. That'd probably be the only thing that would get me to switch. However, I do see Twitch does have its upsides, and one of those such upsides is the fact that people on Twitch seem like they can actually fucking play what they fucking want to. Whereas YouTube is like, if you're not playing Mario Maker, or Animal Crossing, or Pokemon shiny hunting, or Minecraft, it's like you might as well not even bother sometimes. Or Splatoon. I don't think I said Splatoon. There's like an approved game list on YouTube, and if you're not playing those games, nobody cares. Which, positive spin on that. That's why I appreciate those of you that do come to streams, like, no matter what it is, and you're just like, you do enjoy seeing something you've never seen before. That's the fun of streaming to me, personally. Because I'd say, like, the mainstream viewer doesn't give a shit about stuff like that. It's just whatever's trendy. So it's tricky. On one hand, I encourage people to try new things and play new games. On the other hand, deep down, I understand why they don't take risks, because it's not rewarded on this platform, so... It's like, to a point, I get it, but like I said, change has to start somewhere. Which I guess on that note, it's the big streamers that I'm like, yo, play some other stuff every now and then, because they're the ones that have the power to make change. So if I see someone with tens of thousands of subscribers and they're just playing Mario Maker over and over and over again, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, at that point, you're not helping. Because at that point, you can afford to take risks, I guess is what I'm getting at. Topics like this are tricky because I'm like, I'm in the mindset of like, okay, you've ragged on this enough, it's time to move on. But on the other hand, when it comes to Picross, it's very easy to just set my mind on a topic and set it to autopilot and just keep going, like, while I'm figuring the puzzle out. It's hard to come up with new things to talk about while I'm so focused on figuring out the puzzle. So it's easier to just be like, just keep talking about this. Talking about this for longer is better than just sitting here in silence. I think, anyway. Some people might disagree. Some people might be like, no, shut the fuck up. We prefer the silence. We get it, you don't like Mario games, shut up. I do like Mario games, I just don't like main Mario games. I talked about this with Pokemon Snap a little bit, because Pokemon is kind of falling into this category now too. Where I feel like I like the spin-off games more than the main games because of how, like, alive the world feels. The world is, like, so fucking full of character that I'm like, I almost can't stand it. And I feel like Mario games are pretty similar. Like, look at how much character games like Mario Golf have and then compare it to fucking New Super Mario Bros. U. Like, there's no character in that game, dude. It has nothing. You can tell that they made that game just to make it, and not because they were passionate about it, due to how characterless it is. was trying to itch my eye, and I was like scratching it or something. Trying to figure out what was scratching it. You don't make content for the average viewers, because fuck the average viewer. Kinda, to a point. Like, I want everyone to be welcome, but it's also like, if all they want is Mario Maker, then it's like... I also don't want them to think that if they hang out long enough that I'll, like, start playing only what they want to see. So it's also like, yeah, just... Bye. Take it easy. It'd be unfair to be like, oh, yeah, maybe I'll play Mario Maker someday. Stick around long enough and maybe it'll happen. Like, that's just, like, unfair. Misleading. I'd rather just be honest and be like, no, fuck Mario Maker. Bad game. I pride myself on being honest. It's like... is a thing. I can't fake it. Sometimes I wish I could. Do you guys remember, like a year ago? I don't even remember who raided. Someone raided us and they were playing Mario Maker, and when they said we were playing Mario Maker tonight, I apologized. I was like, what were you guys up to tonight? And they were like, we were playing Mario Maker. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, without thinking, I was like, oh, that sounds awful. I'm sorry. But it's like, I don't know, I'd rather say what I'm thinking than put on, like, a fake face and be like, oh, that sounds awesome. I bet you played some great levels tonight. I bet you had a lot of fun. That multiplayer, am I right? Like, oh man, I bet you had a lot of fun with that multiplayer running at 2 frames per second. I bet you had a blast. Like, I can't do it, dude. I can't do it. If I tried, I'd probably bust out laughing. I legitimately don't understand how people could have fun playing that game. Like, I don't get it. I'm glad that they can. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna say that you shouldn't be having fun playing it if that's what you like to play, but I don't understand how you could have fun playing it. I've watched people play it, and I'm like, how do you keep a smile on your face playing this garbage? How are you, like, actually managing to look... Like, I can see it in your eyes that you're dying inside. You may be smiling, but I can see it in your eyes that you're miserable and you hate this. Just be true to yourself, dude. Yeah, fucking trash Kaizo Maker. Man, fuck that game. I hope they never make another Mario Maker. You haven't had enough vitriol against Mario Maker? I agree. I would love to hear more people be like, yo, fuck Mario Maker. There are not enough people that have that opinion. Best game of 2021 you played is Xenoblade 2. I mean, that didn't come out in 2021, but the best game you played this year? The year's only half over. And when we play games like that, it's like, ultimately, how many games do we have time to play? Like, almost half of this year is gonna be Bravely Default 2 for me. Like, yikes. But I'm also having a really good time, so I can't really be upset about it, but it's also like, dude, this takes up a lot of time. How am I gonna have time for any of this other shit that I also want to play? Bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, bum. How else did we play this year so far? Final Fantasy VII Remake was really good. I had a lot of fun with that. That was a good time. That also didn't come out this year, but just looking at games we played this year. I was reviewing Pokemon Snap to someone a couple nights ago, and I said that game was completely delightful until it wasn't delightful anymore, and like, that's kind of how I feel. Like, it was really charming and fun, but then it hit a point where I was like, oh, I'm not having fun anymore. Like, I'm just not having fun anymore. I will probably never play the Yuffie DLC, I hate to disappoint. Because you need... First of all, I claimed Final Fantasy VII Remake as the PlayStation Plus free game. You can't upgrade that one to the PS5 version, which you need to do to be able to get the DLC. So I'd have to buy another copy of the game and a PS5, and then also buy the DLC. The chance of that happening is incredibly slim. I will probably never do that. I think eventually I will get a PS5, but by the time I do, there's probably going to be other games that I'm going to want to play. Including, but not limited to, probably 7 Remake Part 2 will probably be out by then, or at least getting close to it. Yeah, they did make it hard to play the Yuffie DLC. What else did we even play this year, dude? Those are the ones that stick out because they were long playthroughs. And I'm also looking at what was fun to stream. As much as I liked Loop Hero, streaming it kinda sucked because nobody gave a shit. So, like, that was kind of a bummer. Which is weird, because that game was popping, like, real hard on Twitch there for a while. We will play it again at some point, once a major update comes out, probably. What the fuck is going on with this puzzle? Is this just because I'm distracted, or... Like, I've got nothing here. I've got nothing. I've got nothing on this one. I think part of it is because I'm distracted, so I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna drop it and we'll come back to this one. Now we're forced to no assist, so that's fun. Holy shit, I'm very overdue for a break. Hold on. I did not realize how late it was. So I gotta do that real quick. And then we'll start this one. Which I don't think we actually hit any tiles yet, so... We'll do that, so... Yeah, sorry for the abruptness. I lost track of time. So I will be back in just a couple minutes. And then we will continue the conversation and the pick crossing, the nanogramming, if you will. I feel like there are other type names for it too, but I've heard some people call them picture crossword puzzles. Maybe that's where the word Picross even comes from. I don't know. Anyway, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, and I will be back in just a moment. Okay. Quick and easy. Oh yeah, let's continue this conversation. Let me go back and see, what have we played this year? A little bit faster, YouTube. Oh, of course, Monster Hunter. Like, that's been fucking absolute banger every step of the way. Let me see. Cave Story. That's right, I took the first week of January off. Forgot about that. Deep Rock Galactic, which we're gonna get back to that soon. One Step, that was a lot of fun. That's one we have to get back to. I've again found myself thinking about we need to do like a roguelike night. But we also have so many other things going right now, with like puzzle nights and the Monster Hunter new weapon crash courses, and Bravely Default on its own is like such a time commitment. I'm kind of thinking that once we finish Bravely Default, I'm going to try to not play another RPG for like a really long time. Just because I want to get some shorter playthroughs out. How long have we been playing Bravely Default? Like 3 months now? Like, as much as I'm having fun, it's taking up so much time, and I feel like there's all this other stuff we could be doing with that time, too. I guess we did continue doing Fall Guys for a little bit. Indivisible was fun. Indivisible was a good fun run. Cyber Shadow was pretty cool. That was another one that like I didn't see anybody playing. River City Girls was fun. Scarlet, I don't know if you saw that they announced they're localizing the original River City Girls as River City Girls 0, and they're also making River City Girls 2. They announced both of those in the limited run E3 presentation, I think. Children of Morta was fun. Super Lucky's Tale was pretty goddamn delightful. Scourgebringer was a lot of fun, too. That game was fucking hard, and I still insist that if you're a streamer that likes playing shit like Dark Souls because, lel, it's hard, play fucking Scourgebringer. That game was hard as hell. Like, put your money where your mouth is. And then we started the Final Fantasy VII remake, which, yeah, that was a good time. I don't think I'll bring back Fall Guys until it hits Switch, to be honest. My interest in it isn't, like, super high at the moment. Not enough to, like, warrant, hey, we should do it. If I even decide to get it on Switch again, I might not. I might decide against that. We did play Avengers here and there. I think Avengers has been getting quite a few updates. I should try to find an opportunity to check that out again soonish. Man, I hit the middle of March, and it's just Monster Hunter, Monster Hunter, Monster Hunter, Final Fantasy, Monster Hunter, Final Fantasy, Monster Hunter, Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy, Monster Hunter, Loop Hero, Monster Hunter, Final Fantasy, Monster Hunter. Bravely Default. We started Bravely Default in the middle of April. We've been playing that game for 2 months now. And I think that's, like, that's maybe what's bothering me, is I feel for the past, like, 3 months we've only been playing, like, 2 games. That's why I'm kind of like, when we're done with Bravely Default, I think we're just gonna do a bunch of smaller playthroughs that take, like, 3 to 4 episodes, and then we can move on and do something else. Okay. The Chinese name for Fall Guys is Candyman? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I think between the Crash Course and, believe it or not, I've still streamed Monster Hunter Generations more than Rise. I've played Rise more. I think I have like 340 hours in Monster Hunter Rise. I think that's more than Generations. But Generations, we streamed that for like 30 episodes, I think. Rise, between the main playthrough and the Crash Course, we're sitting at about 25 episodes, so it's close. I wonder how they're going to localize it. They said that they're adding, They said they're adding, like, cutscenes and shit? And new music? I think they said the graphics are gonna remain the same, and the gameplay, but they're gonna add, like, some quality of life stuff here and there. And then I don't think they said anything about River City Girls 2, just that they're making it. I don't think they even had a trailer. They were just kind of like... It was like a logo, and they were like, oh yeah, we're doing this. Dude, these puzzles got hard all of a sudden. But yeah, considering that the year's halfway over already, I feel like we haven't played a lot. And I think that's just because the last 2 and 3 months, 60% of the content this year has been Final Fantasy VII, Monster Hunter, and Bravely Default. Which I guess isn't a bad thing. If anything, I'm kind of like... That kind of sucks because I haven't really been seeing growth as a result of any of those. It's not like we have new regulars that are like, oh yeah, you started watching because of one of those games. So it, like, as far as the channel goes, it's, like, not terribly helpful. But of course, that's not, like, the only important thing, so don't get it twisted. toxicity. It's about the journeys we have and the friends we make along the way. But, you know, channel growth is nice, too. This is what it comes down to. We don't know for sure that that's 3. I think it is, but we don't know for sure. And coincidentally, I'll go back on the I never see anybody playing these games rant. I have seen a lot of people playing Monster Hunter, which is really cool. Now, if anything, as I said, from the growth perspective, it's maybe a little frustrating because I feel like I haven't gotten any growth from it. But recently, I've been feeling like I actually am pulling in new viewers. They're not really sticking around, but one step at a time. It's tricky because I feel like a lot of the new viewers that do show up is like they just want someone to play with, which is like fine. But I also don't want that to be the only way I stream Monster Hunter ever again, is like we're just who wants to play. Like, it's nice to do that every once in a while, but like sometimes this is another thing that I kind of like about Twitch, is I feel like Twitch is a little bit more, I'm going to play the video game and you guys can watch me play the video game. Whereas YouTube feels like viewer interaction is a little bit more important, for better or worse. It's a microphone. And sometimes I don't want the viewer interaction. Sometimes I just want to play the video game and have people watch me play the video game. But, like, if it is a game that has multiplayer element, people just assume that you are going to let them play with you. It's like, nah, dude, I just want to hunt monsters and talk to my chat. That was the issue with stuff like Smash Brothers, is like, I wish I could find a way to like stream that as a like single player experience, but if you're not going online and fighting actual people, then people typically don't care. I wish there was a middle ground there somewhere. Because honestly, I could probably boot Smash Brothers up right now and just play it for like 4 hours, just kind of playing against AI and just beating the fuck out of AI and just talking about the characters and just being like, yo, I like how this character has this move from this game. Like, I could have fun doing that. But I think the average viewer that would come to a Smash Brothers stream would be not interested at all. It's just 1v1 me. Also, I apologize for the, what Northern Lion calls inside baseball. For those of you who are like, I don't really want to hear about all this behind-the-scenes bullshit. Sometimes my mind just gets on that track, and I just have to ride it out. Are we in the exact same spot that we were before? What am I missing here, dude? I think this is maybe a good highlight of the fact that I'm not that good at Picross. I still have a lot to learn, and I feel like this is a very good example, because there's clearly, like, there's a problem-solving technique to use in these games that I haven't figured out yet. Like, there's something that I should be doing here to assist in figuring out the puzzle that I just don't know. I just haven't gotten that far yet. And it leads to the occasional situation of exactly this, where I'm just like, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know, dude. Well, we know that that can't be a thing, because the 4 can't extend down that far. It doesn't really help us, unfortunately. The 4 could still be here, or it could be up here. Both 4s can be there. One could be down here. That's just, like, nothing to work with. We know that this is like that. And that. I think this is now where we were last time. Well, we know this is the 7. I think we may have found something that we didn't find last time, though. And that was this block here. That means now we know that one of the 4s has to go down here. So we did find something that we didn't find before. Progress. Okay, yeah, I think we're okay now. I think we got it. That has to be blocked. Don't you be making those assumptions. That'll get you in trouble. Okay. Now what? Easy peasy. Is that a pair of pliers? Is that what that is? Yeah, baby. What do you mean you put zero thought into your streams? I don't think that's the case. Unless you're just a very naturally entertaining person. And you don't even have to try. Unless you mean, like, layout and such like that. Which is honestly fine. I'm shocked at how many people on Twitch have no layout. It's just the gameplay with the camera in the corner. Like, huge Twitch streamers. That's it. They don't have anything fancy. So I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Oh, you just don't bother with reinventing the wheel? I don't really either, honestly. If I really only think about, like, different games to play. That's about it. I guess chat interactivity. I've thought about stuff like, we're gonna get rid of mini games because I don't really like those, and inevitably leading to I'm just gonna get rid of currency because it doesn't do anything. Hey JMT, how's it going? So I just want to do the next page here. Or do I want to go do something else? How are we looking on these? 11 out of 20. We're gonna wait till we get all 20 before we go do that one. I guess I could do more color. Come on, not tonight. Just don't. Just don't. I'm not in the mood. Allergies. Thank you very much. I think we're just gonna go. We're gonna keep going with normal Picross. I think that's. I'm in the zone. We're just gonna. I actually meant to ask JMT, when is your current nights off now with the new job? So I expect you're working nights. Useful information if in the foreseeable future I decide to. For now, we're not gonna do any more Monster Hunter multiplayer nights until we're done with the crash courses. But I might as well find out when you'd be available for when I do decide to potentially bring them back. So that I can schedule them intelligently. Although that might not be for a while, so your schedule might change in that amount of time anyway, but still. Is that right? Yeah, that can only be 3. And these can only be these. And also, to be fair, Brad, like, you don't really look at it as, like, anything other than just something fun to do, right? Like, you're not really trying to make a living off of streaming, right? Like, that's not your goal. And I think that's fine if that's what someone wants to do. Like, if they don't want to make a living out of it, they don't have to make a living off of it. The only time I've ever taken an issue with someone approaching it from a very casual perspective is when I felt that they were taking viewership away from other streamers who were trying to treat it as a job. Like, they did it just to be like, I want to make a hangout spot for all of my friends. And it's like, yeah, but your friends could be watching someone who's actually trying to make a living doing this. Like, that's kind of not okay. But course, that's a very selective and specific situation. You can't really prove that someone's doing that. But once upon a time, this was like 3 years ago where that happened, and I was like, huh, I feel like this person's just taking people's viewers away, mine included, and they're not even taking it seriously. It's curry, dude! It's like super spicy curry. It's not super spicy curry. It's just a spoon with a fancy name. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, too. Yeah, I think just based on the internet you have in China, I don't think you'd be able to do it, like, full-time. Oh, you don't really have it. It's just kind of whenever the scheduling works out. I mean, like I said, I don't think Monster Hunter multiplayer nights are going to come back anytime soon. We have, the crash courses will last us through till the beginning of July. It'll be the day before I take my week off, actually. And by the time we get back, we'll probably have both Risk of Rain updates and Deep Rock Galactic updates. So we'll probably focus on that as far as multiplayer goes. For a little while. But I would like to bring Monster Hunter back at some point. I don't want to just be like, we're done. Like, nah, I still have a lot of fun playing it. I just have to figure out, like, what extent to bring it back and such like that. Like, I talked about maybe doing a night that isn't multiplayer. It's just me in an expedition hunting whatever comes my way. I might even do that as, like, a crash course, like, wrap-up. Like, maybe after we're done with the crash course, we'll still continue to do some nights where it's just me in an expedition, just hunting whatever comes my way. Switching weapons, like, every hunt or something, just to be like, let's just play all of the weapons we just learned and figure out which ones I really like. I don't know. It's very up in the air at the moment. It also depends on how Mario Golf goes as far as a multiplayer night. If that goes super well, that's probably going to take over for a little while, so... Yeah, thought I'd check anyway, at least. Oh, this is just... Oh, nope, that's not. I was not counting the one in the middle. That's wrong. Well, we can still know that that's here, at least. It's also tricky, because, like, as much as I have fun with Monster Hunter, I don't want to burn myself out, and I don't necessarily want viewers to get to a point where they're like, dude, I'm sick of Monster Hunter. Like, just play something else. Because at that point, what's the difference between me and the people I'm criticizing for playing Mario Maker over and over and over again? I'm doing the same thing, it's just with a different game that's not quite as mainstream and safe. But that doesn't stop the fact that I'm doing it. Nope, that could be two. Don't get ahead of yourself. Bum, 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 wow. I was actually watching someone on Twitch the other night, and somehow the topic of Picross came up. And this was not... It's like a kimono. Not a kimono. One of those karate... It's a life vest, whatever. Oh, it wasn't anyone that I expected to hear speak kindly of Picross, because he's like, he's a gamer, so I was like, it's not gonna be his thing. But when it came up, they were like, oh yeah, that's the good shit. And that was part of what inspired the stream title tonight, because someone said something like, fill in the dots, get a picture of a cute turtle, this is the good shit. And I was like, dude, I love that apparently people actually fucking love Picross. We were talking the one night about, like, Picross isn't very mainstream, so hearing anyone that's, like, that big of a fan of it is, like, super cool. One definite weakness I have with these games, though, is that it's very easy to get so wrapped up that, like, my mind is, like, in the back of my brain is screaming and going, dude, you haven't looked at chat in, like, fucking, you haven't interacted with anything you've seen in chat in, like, fucking 5 minutes. You need to do something. It's like, I know, but I'm trying to solve a puzzle, dude. Like, give me a minute. I'll get there. They're fine. But my brain is still like, dude, do it! You're a fucking streamer! You're bad at your job. What are you doing? I'll get there, dude. I see dots that need to be filled in. I usually try to wait until I hit a point where I'm like, I don't really see what's next. Now's a good time to look away. Skirt? That's wrong. Or was this already filled? Shit. I hope I didn't fuck up. I think I kind of fucked up, but then I kind of caught it and fixed it. I think we'll be okay. I'm still a little worried. Oh, look at that. Isn't that comfy? Oh, this has to go here. I'm dumb. As the puzzles get bigger and bigger, there's an increasingly higher chance of doing exactly that, where it's like the solution's staring you right in the face, but you're so busy looking at the other parts of the puzzle that you don't see it. How's everybody following along, by the way? Do I need to do, like, another explanation of what's going on here? Do I need to drop some knowledge? Is there anyone who's like, I have absolutely no fucking idea what I'm looking at, and he's a bad streamer because he's not explaining it? Or is it more of a, I have no idea what I'm fucking looking at, but he's explained it once and I don't get it, so it's not his fault? That is also a possibility. I worry that I'm, like, so in the zone that I'm not even thinking about, like, dude, you should explain what you're thinking here. Also, I don't think this is necessarily an easy game to explain. Is it a water bottle or a pencil? Oh. I guess the first one was as close as I could possibly get. It's closer than pencil, anyway. The wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Yeah, I'm glad that I was worried that there was a chance that after like one stream the music would be like, I'm over this already, but for the most part I've been enjoying it. And yeah, I'll be taking the first full week of July off. I'll stream on the 4th. That'll be the last Crash Course. And then I think I'm gonna take off from the 5th through the 11th? I'm not totally sure how long I'm gonna take off. It's my scheduled bi-yearly? Biannual? Bi-yearly. It's GDQ. It's GDQ week. So I'm just gonna unplug and just do nothing but veg and watch GDQ all week. And it will be a grand time. In theory. I guess it might not be, it might suck, but it's probably gonna be a good time. And yeah, like I said, I don't fully know, like, when I'll be back. Just because I haven't looked that far ahead yet. It's still a couple weeks off, so I haven't been planning that far yet. Realistically, I should be taking 4 vacations a year, not 2. I think 2 is stretching myself too thin. I've felt like I've needed a break for like the past like month and a half. But there were so many games coming out and such, like with Monster Hunter coming out, I couldn't like justify it. I was like, nah, I gotta get in there and play Monster Hunter. So I think that's part of why I've been so low on energy lately, is because I haven't like taken time off to just decompress and not do anything. I had that one, like, small break where I took, like, 4 days off or something? Like, a couple weeks ago? But that was about it. And it kinda, like, wasn't enough. Oh, I'm dumb. See what I mean? Sometimes it's just like right there, and you're like, and you just don't see it. So busy looking at everything else. So definitely getting a little tougher. Which, don't get me wrong, that's a good thing. You clearly don't want them to just stay easy for forever, or you're gonna get bored. But getting stuck to this degree where I'm just like, I don't fucking know, is a pretty bad feeling. Alright, now we're moving. Now we're moving. I think what it is when I did take some time off, I think I need a time off from gaming. When I took those couple days off, I just played Genshin Impact, like, the entire time. And I think that stopped me from actually, like, decompressing. Because I was still, like, gaming the entire time. I think I needed, like, a break from gaming. Need to, like, just sit back and watch some stuff instead. Or get myself drawing again. That would be the most ideal situation. Because I haven't been drawing anything in fucking weeks. Actually, can't remember the last time I did any drawing. Which is a bit of an issue. Oh yeah, I guess not an issue exactly, but... I'd still like to do more of it. Is that a skateboard? It's not a skateboard, it's a chainsaw. Holy shit, dude. Okay. Is this what being, like, just fucking drugged out of your mind feels like? You mistake chainsaws for skateboards and shit? Like, is that accurate? Can anyone weigh in on that? Like, I have no idea. If so, I don't like it. And I don't understand who would do that to themselves willingly. It doesn't help that my allergies have been fucking garbage for the past week. That doesn't help, but it is accurate. Excuse me. Case in point. Fucking garbage allergies. Fuck, dude. Well, this one? No, that could be a... Man, this snuck up on me really fast. You don't know that. I hope this doesn't turn into a thing. That's the really frustrating thing, is there's like no warning. It's just all of a sudden I'll be like, oh, I am gagging on nothing. I think I mentioned last night, like, I haven't figured out how to, like, successfully cleanse it in a hurry. Where I can just be like, oh, just do this and then I'll be fine. It tends to linger for, like, 20 to 30 minutes. Okay, good news. Is we actually found something. That could still be the 2 or the 1, so we don't want to commit to that just yet. That could still be 2 or 1, we don't want to commit to that. Like, it probably wouldn't be as bad if I could just be like, I'm just gonna take a break and go die, and then I'll be back in 5 minutes and everything will be fine. But that just doesn't work. Oh, that has to be 2. Okay. Believe you me, I wish it did. Okay, this has to go here. It can't fit in there in any other way. Now we're cooking. Now we are cooking. Now we know these. Like, I hope it's at least semi-understandable how I'm coming to a lot of these conclusions, and it doesn't just look like I'm just pulling the solutions out of my ass. Like, I hope it's at least semi-understandable. I imagine it's never going to be perfectly understandable. I'm sure if I watched somebody play Picross, there'd be a lot of moments of, wait, how'd you know that that was the answer? This has to be 3, right? Yeah, this. That could technically be 3, but that one has to be filled. Bum, bum. Thankfully, knock wood, aside from the occasional throat clearing, that actually did kind of clear itself up. I can deal with the occasional throat clearing. I don't know, I don't see anything. Oh. Obviously. That was not a donkey. Can confirm. That was... like at the beginning of the puzzle when you predicted that, and I don't think you had anything to actually go on, but I can confirm that is not a donkey. Not even close. It's not even an animal. Alright, here we go again. I think I mentioned once already, I think the intimidating thing about, like, streaming these is, like, sometimes you finish a puzzle and you're kind of like, I wouldn't mind a break before starting the next one. That one took a lot out of me. But here I'm just like, nope, gotta Picross fast. Keep it moving. A ninja star? You mean a shuriken? What would be worse is if you called it, like, a Naruto star or something. It could all go over there, so let's not make that assumption. How do you know that? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. They grade that out, and it's like, spoilers? I hadn't figured that out yet. I kind of dislike that, but the overall quality of life of seeing, like, at a glance which numbers you've already filled in is, like, super good, so I kind of can't complain in the long run. But also, fucking spoilers, dude. It's another thing that's been making... I think I talked about this yesterday. Another thing that's been making me want to just, like, take an extended break is, like, I think I'm just gonna sleep until my shitty allergies stop, and then... I'm mixed on stuff like that sometimes, because I've watched streamers, but, like, personally, if I'm watching a streamer and they have to sneeze or, like, a cough sneaks up on them or something and they don't mute their microphone, that honestly doesn't bother me. It's like a human thing, dude. Like, we all do it. It's not that crazy. Now, if I'm watching someone who has, like, a real bad smoker's cough and they just start hacking up a lung for like 10 minutes straight, that's a little different. So that kind of falls into this category. If this starts acting up poorly enough, then I'm like, dude, it might just be this for the next 10 minutes, and that's gonna sound awful. We've been lucky that that hasn't been the case, but if anyone remembers, was it like 2 Bravely Default streams ago? 2 or 3? My allergies acted up real bad, like, near the end of the stream. And I basically was just, like, gagging for, like, the entire thing. And that sucked. I was like, dude, this can't be pleasant. So yeah, to a point, I'm like, well, the show must go on. It's not that big of a deal, but I'm also very... I try to be conscious that, like... it could potentially get unpleasant. And I guess for those that just start to worry, I assure you I'm fine. It's an annoyance and nothing else. Dude, what's with the free rows on this one? This one's totally free. This one's almost free too. Also, that was not a ninja star. I already forgot what it was, but it was not a quote unquote ninja star. It's too bad the puzzles don't last long. Well, that not only do they not last long enough to do betting, but I also don't have a chat currency anymore, so that's also a thing. It's a shame that's not a thing, though. This looks like it could more potentially be a ninja star. I don't think it's going to be, but it could. Perhaps. But probably not. As I fill out more of it, I'm almost entirely positive that that's not what it's going to be. I wonder if we could do, like, Picross bingo. Hear me out here. What if, like, before we start Picross 6, I have you guys pick, like, here are some items that you think will appear throughout the game. And then we'll just put them all on a big bingo card, and then if we actually see any of them, we'll cross them off. Is that, like, awesome or stupid? I can't... I can't tell. I don't know what that is. I guess that makes sense. The support structure beneath was throwing me off. I kept thinking drums, but then they're on a telephone pole. That doesn't make sense. So then you could just say, there will be a ninja star at some point in this game, and then it's like, hey, we got it. I don't know, I feel like that's either brilliant or really stupid, and I'm not sure which. A concern I always have with bingo concepts, I like it in theory, right? I really like the idea of, like, as far as, like, replayability in games goes and such, because it's like, hey, you can choose to go out of your way for these objectives in order to try and obtain this bingo. I like it in concept, but I also worry that, like, the payout isn't ever good enough, if that makes sense. Does it feel worth the time put in? And I feel like it often doesn't. I guess what it comes down to is the act of, hey, we got a bingo, exciting enough that there doesn't necessarily need to be another reward. Monster Hunter bingo, it goes for Smash bingo. We've had that idea in the past. Even the E3 bingo, we talked about doing like a bingo card for that in the morning. I think Volpe had a good idea that, like, if I do something like that, I won't fill it out until after the event. Because I really don't want to be, like, distracted by anything during the event. I really want to, like, focus. Enjoy the show. And not have to worry about doing this, that, and the other thing.
Not sure really helpful.
That might be though. By the way, as far as Picross is concerned, I think we're gonna do... I'm trying to figure out how to, like, balance these streams, because I want to go back and finish 4 as well. We never finished 4. We started it on stream, and then we never finished it. I think we're gonna do... one more of 5, and how would that go as far as calendar goes? Maybe 2 more. Maybe 2 more, and then when we come back from my break, we'll jump back into 4. I'd like to get that finished on the off chance that having the completed game file might unlock more stuff within this game. Because you do unlock stuff based on... For some weird reason, I unlocked stuff based on having files for 1, 2, and 3, but not 4, even though I have 4, and I'm guessing that's because I didn't finish it. It's not a complete save file, so I'd like to go back and do that before we potentially finish this one. So perhaps a bit of reassurance to anyone that's might be watching these off stream, and you might be wondering, well, you never finished 4 though. I'm gonna go back to it. I definitely want to finish that one too. Also, if you're watching offline, thanks for watching. Almost at 100 puzzles already. The thing with 4 is that I finished, the last time we streamed it, we were already we're like halfway into the Mega Picrosses, and I want to make sure that I'm like mentally ready to continue those, because fuck Mega Picross. I don't want to jump into that too early. I'm also trying to balance it so that I don't find myself in a situation of the only thing we have left to do is Mega Picross, and I hate my life. So I'm also trying to avoid that from happening. See, I guess I've been fortunate that my allergies, they suck, but like, if annoying phlegm is the worst thing that I have to deal with, that's like not that bad, all things considered. But yeah, it sucks. Fuck summer. I'm done with summer. It only just started, and I'm like, All it takes is one bad, like, sinus flare-up, like what I'm dealing with now, and I'm just like, yo, summer can go fuck itself. For forever. Just, enough is enough, please. I hate it. If it weren't for that, I probably wouldn't hate it as much as I currently do. I still hate the summer heat, but like the heat actually wasn't bothering me too much. Like the heat itself hasn't been bothering me that much so far this year. It's all the allergies. But it really has been worse. Like, one of the first summers that I, like, really dealt with bad allergies, the way it hit me was dizzy spells. That was significantly worse, because it was like, I couldn't do anything. All I could really do was just, like, lay in bed and wait for it to pass. That was misery. I think if it weren't for the fact that, you know, streaming, the phlegm probably wouldn't be bothering me that much. It'd probably be like, this is annoying, but it wouldn't be like the end of the world. Whereas, I feel like it's outright interfering with me working, which is a very bad feeling. Yeah, dizzy spells and migraines was like my first like bad allergy encounter. I'd even be okay with wake me up when August is over, I think. Like, September can still be pretty hot and nasty, but like, I don't want to skip the entire summer, I guess. Just some of it. Just some of it. Like, if I had to guess, by this time next month in July, it's probably not... I'll probably be fine. It's not gonna last the entire summer. Knock wood. It's just right now it fucking sucks. How do you know that, dude? You don't know that? Yeah, you do. Never mind. That is accurate. I just don't like it when it tells me this is the way it is, and it's like, really? Based on what? I like to feel like I actually came to that conclusion myself a little bit before I commit, or at least understand why the game is telling me that that's the case. Not that I don't trust it, it's just I want to at least understand it. No, that might not necessarily be correct. Pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it is, but I don't really have evidence to back up why I think it is. It's just a hunch. There, now I have evidence. Now I have something that actually says it has to go here. Okay, we're fine. Don't play on hunches, is the Picross pro tip of the night. Don't play on hunches. If you have a hunch, you're wrong. And it's like, you're gonna get punished for it one way or another too, right? Either you're playing the way I am, where the game isn't correcting my mistakes, and therefore I'm going to make a lot of mistakes based on that one mistake by the time I realize that it's a mistake, or you have the safeguards on, and then the game is just gonna punish you and be like, you're wrong. Actually, I don't know if this one punishes you. I mentioned before, if you play Mario Picross on Super Nintendo Online, that game, if you get something wrong, it docks you time. And each puzzle in the older Mario Picross games, there's 3 of them, and they all work like this. You have an hour to solve each puzzle. It sounds incredibly lenient, right? But every time you mess up, the first time you mess up, it takes 2 minutes away from that time. And every time after that you mess up, it takes double the time away. So it's 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 8 minutes, 16 minutes, 32 minutes. By then, you're out of time. So it's tremendously punishing. All because you had a hunch. Don't play on a hunch. Plus, it's just a smidge more satisfying when you're like, I figured this out. I didn't have to guess. Just a smidge more satisfying. When you actually use, I mean, it's a fucking logic puzzle, right? Like, use logic, goddammit. That's the idea. Alright, so now we finally know. I had a strong hunch that that's where that 2 was gonna go, but again, I didn't have any evidence, so I wasn't about to act on it. I don't know, it's an ocarina? Nope, it's a fish. Whew. You can see how I saw ocarina, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. I thought it was a hand holding an ocarina. Whew. Have to pee. So I think we're gonna take a short break. I could probably do like maybe I could do 1 or 2 more. It's not a desperation thing. We could probably do like 1 more. It's not like I'm not like fucking, I'm not doing the I gotta pee dance yet, so we're probably fine. I guess the bigger thing is, it's not really time for a break yet. I try to take a break every 2 hours. Just in the interest of, like, you know, staying healthy. In case you didn't know, sitting still for like 6 hours straight isn't necessarily healthy. It's one of the reasons why I'm not big into speedruns that last that long, because you just gotta be seated doing the thing for that long. And the older you get, the worse of an idea that becomes. And as I tend to say, I think if you just keep yourself hydrated, the rest is gonna take care of itself. Because if you keep yourself hydrated, eventually you're gonna have to use the bathroom, and as long as you don't ignore that and say, fuck you, body, I'm not going to the bathroom, you should be fine. I don't think it's something that's too terribly hard to police, and I don't think you have to be that strict about it. It's just keep yourself fed and hydrated, and you'll be fine. So really the problem is people don't keep themselves hydrated. That's what you gotta keep up with. Get a snack, get a drink of some sort. Some people will turn their nose up and be like, it's not hydrating if it's not water. It's like, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think any drink will get the job done. Unless it's alcohol, because alcohol, like, directly makes you dehydrated, doesn't it? So that clearly would cause more issues, but in which case you probably do need to make sure to take a break every so many hours. But again, alcohol makes you have to pee, so, you know, it's gonna work itself out. if you just enjoy a nice beverage, well, that one was easy, then inevitably you're gonna reach a point where you're like, I don't want to sit here anymore because I have to pee. That might be my favorite part of the song. Honestly, whenever I hear about a streamer doing like a 24-hour stream, I get concerned. I'm like, how old are you? Because if you're like in your late 20s or higher, that's probably not a good idea. Like, make sure you have breaks planned out. Not only just to stretch and stay hydrated, but to eat actual meals. That's why I don't think I could do 24-hour streams unless it was like a very special occasion. Like if I was trying to do it for charity or something, then I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. But I'm still gonna have like meals and shit ready to keep myself healthy so that I don't stand up and die. Fat lot of good you're doing for charity, if that's what you're doing, is I guess what I'm getting at. You don't know that. Stop it. Stop it. It's a fairly safe bet, but you don't know that. Now you know it. Yeah, now you know it. Now we're good. Now we're good. Just a fucking... I remember, like, when I was a kid, when I was new to Picross, I remember making that mistake a lot, where I'd be like, oh, I see what the picture is. It's a donut. Therefore, it's a symmetrical image, and I can just go around the outside and fill in a circle, because that's gonna be right? And then they'd be like, no, fuck you. It's a fucking pear. It's like, oh, shit. What have I done? Don't play on a hunch. I'm speaking from experience here. You might think it's just a bit, but it's like, no, it's... Don't do it. Sushi. Fuck. I want to say I was close because it was an elongated food object on a plate, so it wasn't like completely insane. I do think not. I do think most people don't hydrate as much as they should, yeah. I think that's why it became such a stigma. For, like, make sure you do it. And it's like... I remember when I started streaming, there were some people that, like, really got on my case about, like, other streamers that were like, make sure you're hydrating, and I'm like... You think I'm not? Like, they got, like, very... I don't want to say in my face about it, but they just assumed I just wasn't taking good care of myself. And it's like, I mean, I don't take the best care of myself, but I also don't sit here for 18 hours straight without using the bathroom and then get up and fall over dead. So whenever I refer to that, that's an actual story. It was some kid in an internet cafe in, like, China or something that I'm pretty sure it was World of Warcraft. He played the game for like 20 hours straight without getting up out of his chair, and he basically stood up and fell over dead. That's an actual thing that happened. So, there's a reason that people are like, oh yeah, don't do that. But you have to take severely bad care of yourself for something like that to happen, is basically what it comes down to. That's not something a normal person really needs to worry about having happen, because you have to be an idiot for something like that to happen. It might have been longer. I didn't want to exaggerate. I'd rather undershoot than overshoot. I didn't want to say it was 3 months straight or something like that. Although 20 hours is, like, realistically, it's not that much. I mean, it is, but it isn't. But yeah, you have to take extremely poor care of yourself for something like that to happen. Like, extremely poor. Who knows what was in the kid's system, too? He might have been an alcoholic. He might have been doing drugs on the regular. There might have been something that, like, it might not have been just that got him, is what I mean. But it didn't stop people from being like, gaming will kill ya if you don't get up and stretch often enough. Don't get me wrong, like, I started having those sciatic issues, and, like, yeah, those sucked. So yeah, fucking get up and stretch. You should do it. It's just the fear of you will fall over dead is, like, kind of exaggerated. Like I said, as long as you are not ignoring basic needs like eating, then you're probably gonna be fine. At that point, everything else takes care of itself. Because if you get something to eat, inevitably you're gonna be thirsty. And then look at that, you're hydrating. And then look at that, in about an hour, maybe 2, you're probably gonna have to pee. I feel like I actually hydrate too much with sometimes it's like once an hour that I'm like, dude, I gotta pee again. And I think that's more likely, it's not the fact that I'm overhydrating, it's the fact that I'm undereating. I way too often will start streaming and I will not have eaten before I start streaming. Now, to be fair, I think a lot of people do that. I remember when I was a kid, I did that. I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Like, I didn't get breakfast before I went to school. And I didn't eat until it was lunchtime. So part of me is, and I've heard that some people do that, like when they go to work, they're like, I don't want to eat until I'm out of work so that I can like actually sit down and enjoy the meal. So I think that's a thing a lot of people do. That doesn't necessarily mean it's healthy, but I just don't have the time to eat before streams 9 times out of 10. Should I make the time? Probably. I'm not gonna tell you that you're wrong on that one. What the fuck is this conversation we're having? Picross, baby. You know what they say about Picross nights. Fuck. Dude. What am I missing? Shit. We're having another one of those moments where I'm like, just not seeing. There it is. Blind as a fucking bat. Shoutouts to anyone that, like, really knows their way around a Picross board, but, isn't, like, freaking out and being like, the answer's right there, dude! Now, chances are most of those people are probably watching an archive and there's nothing they can do about it. Which is one of the appeals of video content, is that, you know, by the time people backseat, they just look even more ridiculous, because by the time they backseat, it's like, dude, I finished that, like... Do you know when I recorded this? Like, I recorded this like 3 months ago. It's too late. I figured it out. Have some confidence. Never understand that, like, when I watched Game Grumps a little bit more consistently. Like, how many people are, like, backseating on those videos. It's like, by the time they see this, it, like, days will have passed. And it's no longer gonna be relevant. Why even bother trying to... I don't understand the appeal of backseating to begin with, so... When I watch someone play something, I want to see how they play it. I don't want to tell them, hey, play it the way I play it. I don't watch Brad play One Step just to be like, play it the way I play it. No, I want to see how they play it. They might teach me something. That's the appeal of watching people play video games, I think. Ooh, that's a powerful stretch. Yeah, it's actually, with what you're saying, like, that's actually why I won't don't drink more water than I do, because if I drink a lot of water, it's like every 20 minutes I have to pee. And that's even if I were to like have 2 full glasses of water while like I'm gonna take a break here in a minute. If I were to have like 2 full glasses of water, I guarantee in like less than 30 minutes I'm gonna have to pee again. That's just like the way it works. So I try not to actually drink too much water. It's kind of weird. I don't think so. One of them, a couple months ago, there was something about him, like, flirting with an underage girl, but I think it wound up to, like, not be completely true or something? Or they, like, she like, invited it, like, very clearly, and then tried to act like she wasn't. It was something like that. It blew over pretty quickly. I haven't heard anything about anything like that, though. We're gonna take a short break. Pee break. We'll probably get another drink while I'm up. We'll finish this page. We'll probably switch and do something else after this. Maybe we'll do a page of Mega Picross. I'd like to... But we could do some color Picross too. I was gonna say I'd like to go back and do another clip Picross, but I don't think we're gonna get all the pieces. We might. But maybe it would be better to do color, because we haven't done any color Picross yet tonight. So maybe we'll try and do a page of that. Or like half a page. I don't know, we'll see. That's something that's... perhaps I shouldn't worry as much about when it comes to streaming these, is trying to do, trying to pace it and be like... because there's like multiple modes, right? We might as well do a little bit of each. But ultimately I'm going for completion, so we're gonna have to do all of it eventually. Yeah, Mega Picross is garbage. I think we are going to go do a page of that after this. We're still in 10x10s at least, so it won't be that bad. Yeah, I think we'll finish these 2, and then we'll either do a page of color first and then Mega, or the other way around. Maybe we'll do color first to make sure we have time for it. The thing that sucks about... There's a lot that sucks about Mega Picross, but it's kind of boring because they're the same pictures. So it's not like you're like, whoa, check this out. Like that's a cool new picture. It's like, nah, it's gonna be this shit again, which is kind of sucky. And aside from that, it's just garbage in general. Fuck Mega Picross. Dear Jupiter, Jupiter Incorporated, Jupiter Studios, whatever the fuck, it was just Jupiter? I don't know. Stop putting Mega Picross in these games. Instead, do a full 150 puzzles of color. And just make it the same pictures, except they're in color. I would even be okay with that. Because that would, since they're in color, it would be a pretty different puzzle anyway. Just give Mega Picross a break. It's been long enough. I want a break from Mega Picross. Maybe people actually really like it, but I can't stand it. It doesn't really add much. It feels very haphazard to me. Alright. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in just a minute, and then we'll continue. We'll finish these last 2 up, and then I think we'll do some color and then move on to Mega. I think that's the plan. So I'll be back in just a minute. Let's boogie. I really need to get a new chair. Because I was getting settled here and listening to it creak. It's like, dear lord. I need to put more proper research into ordering a new one this time. I think with this one I was just kind of like, I just need a chair, so I didn't really think about it very long. I was like, just give me a chair. This was definitely like not one that was like meant for what I use it for. I mean, it still works just fine, it's just not a very... It's not great for sitting at a desk for as long as I do. Oh, this is... But the other chair was slowly killing me, so I just had to replace it. I actually am still... There's a part of me that thinks I should just start trying to use it again, because... Well, now it's not a nice chair, because my cat's been sleeping on it and ripping it up. But, like, I don't know if it was the chair that was doing it, or if it was just the fact that I was so inactive that it started to catch up with me. I'm really not sure. So part of me is like, did I even need to replace the chair? It couldn't hurt to invest in a nice new one, though, realistically. So, like I said, I just have to do a better job of shopping this time. Instead of just grabbing the first thing that's like, that looks good, I guess. Part of me wonders if I should get one of those, like, gamer chairs, but I've heard, like, pretty mixed things about those. I think what made me change my mind is they're not actually as expensive as I thought they were. I thought they were, like, super expensive. And they're kind of not. They're kind of just priced like a normal chair is. So, I'm kind of like, it's not a terrible option. I definitely want something taller that will actually give me, like, neck support. This one only goes up... This one's so short that you can barely even tell it's here. Like, you can't see it behind me, right? That's maybe a bit of a problem. As a result, I have what I found out they call gamer neck. Which is like, I'm leaning forward all the time. It's just because there's just no support here. This chair is, like, pretty good for when I'm, like... When I'm drawing, it's not bad, because I'm leaning forward anyway. But, when I'm trying to relax and game, it just doesn't have what it needs. I think I mentioned a couple weeks ago that I think during my break at the beginning of July, I think I'm gonna try and, like, get myself drawing again and take a couple of commissions to make a couple extra bucks, and then I can invest in stuff like that, as well as what remains back here. I still have a lot of stuff to do with the setup back here that I've been dragging my feet on, and mostly because I'm like, I basically spent the money I all had put aside for that stuff, and I have to replenish funds before I continue going nuts. Get back into savings mode. You don't know that. Oh, yeah, you do. Never mind. I got nothing. I did think it was a person, but I wasn't, like, confident enough to say it. Alright, no assist. Challenge mode. Go. Except I'm already doing everything no assist, but whatever, shut up. We're gonna do our best to feel special about it. Uh-oh, I think I have a sneeze sneaking up on me. I can kind of feel it, but it's not, like, very aggressive. Come on, either do it or don't. Don't do this to me. Dude, it's like dancing. It's like, oh, we gotta sneeze. Nope, not quite yet. We got it though. It's coming, but not quite yet. Oh, no, almost. Nope, not yet. My allergies are, like, freaking out in a completely different way. Like, my eyes are getting all itchy and dry, and the fuck? What happened? Allergies, the curse that keeps on cursing. It's a new and exciting symptom every day. Bet you didn't think you could think of this many reasons why you hate living. But we've got them. We've got more than enough. I like that. Huh, that's not how I expected that one to pan out. I guess, like, good thing I wasn't playing on a hunch, because it would have just screwed me. I got nothing. Okay, I guess I kinda see it. I can see the arm, but the face is like... I don't see anything, dude. Wow, we don't have enough yet. Okay, well, we're planning on not doing that anyway, so it's fine. I think we'll do, like, one row? We don't want to burn through the color ones too quickly, because there's not that many. Yo, I'm super... I can't believe Nintendo's making a Genshin Impact. That's super cool. It's very aware of the industry trends of them to do. Seems like a very serious lack of characters, though. I think it's part of the appeal of Genshin Impact is it has so many different characters, and they just have the one, so that seems kind of unaware of them, but. I never imagined that they'd make a sequel to Age of Calamity, but make it a Genshin Impact game. Like, it's... Yeah, I'm pretty hyped. Yeah, I'm pretty hyped. How's it going, Mike? How you been? Oh, it's an axe. It's just happily chopping wood. I'm gonna overinflate your expectations and say it was the worst E3 ever. I'm a bit in the middle. Because my expectations are that they're going to pull a Capcom and only talk about games that we already knew existed. So the worst they can do is exactly that, and I'm gonna be like, this sucks. Like, they're only gonna talk about Splatoon 3, Breath of the Wild 2, Bayonetta 3, and Metroid Prime 4. Now, to be fair, we haven't seen gameplay of 3 of those, so... It's already a step above what Capcom did. But that's like my expectation. My only expectation is I want to be surprised. I want to see something that no one predicted. And I think they'll do at least one thing like that. That'll be like, oh, this was cool. But I'm not one of those idiots on Twitter that's like, they better give us Metroid Prime 4 and Metroid 5 and a new Donkey Kong Country and a new Punch-Out and a new F-Zero and Mother 3 better be coming to Switch and what other ridiculous claims are people making? Some people have these ridiculous wish lists that are like, yeah, that's never gonna happen, dude. Like, you might as well just start being disappointed now, because that's just not gonna happen. And I'm definitely not doing that. I'm kind of over that. I've been in that position before, where I've, like, overhyped myself for an event, and then I'm just disappointed. It's a lightning bolt, dude. So I'm excited. I'm cautiously excited, perhaps. Like, I'm looking forward to the event, but, like, I don't have my hopes set on any one particular thing. If anything, as per usual, and I know this is cynical as fuck, but that's what you come to Nintagious for, right? My hope is that we, uh-oh. I messed up somewhere, and I'm not sure where. I want to see... Right there. I want to make it through the event without seeing a new Mario game reveal. That's my highest expectation. I want to make it through the event without them revealing any new Mario game. Not even a spin-off. We already got Mario and Rabbids sequel this E3. That's it. We don't need any more Mario. Don't get me wrong, I love me some 3D Mario games, and if we get a new one, I'll probably be pretty stoked about it, but nothing else. I don't want to see Mario Kart 9, I don't want to see fucking Mario Maker 3, I don't want to see New Super Mario Bros. 32 and a half days, I don't want to see nothing. No, none. I don't even really want to see a 3D Mario game. I'd rather see them have the balls to give us, like, a 3D Donkey Kong Country, or a 3D Wario Land, or a 3D Yoshi game or something. Like I said, don't get me wrong, I love me some 3D Mario, and if they do something like that, I'll probably be like, alright. It's not what I wanted, but I love me some 3D Mario, so I'm into it. What, if they do it, if they don't announce a new Mario game? Or if they do something else? With the Zelda 1 thing you're talking about. Oh, also, like, my expectations are, like, don't spend half of the event talking about Breath of the Wild. Like, that'll be pretty cringy, I think. I'll never forget the E3 where they announced Breath of the Wild and then proceeded to play nothing but Breath of the Wild on Treehouse. And that goes for everything. It's not just Breath of the Wild. There was that E3 where they played Mario Maker for half of the Treehouse too, and the one where they played Smash Brothers for half of the Treehouse. So don't get me wrong, it's all bad, especially since there's only one Treehouse day. I'd like to see a bit of variety. Yeah, most of my expectations are just fucking surprise me, dude. I've seen so many, like... so many expectations that are, like, the most... People either predict one of two ways. They either predict the most outlandish shit they can imagine, and then they are inevitably going to be disappointed. Or people predict the most predictable shit. Like, they predict really safe stuff. I don't want to see safe. I want to be surprised. Excuse me. Uh-oh. That's wrong. And I want the Smash reveals to not be stupid. I guess I'll throw that in there, too. I want them to not suck. Maybe swimming? Is that what I'm looking at? Have you been playing... I guess I don't know if you even have a PS5. I was gonna ask if you've been playing the Yuffie DLC, Mike. But I don't know if you have a PS5 yet. Oh, it's a fairy. It's a fairy. Yeah, it's one I don't hear often. Like, every now and then I hear somebody say that, like, isn't Monolith working on something? Maybe we could see that. It's not often, though. I would probably... Like, honestly, that probably wouldn't excite me, but I wouldn't, like... I wouldn't be like, that looks... Boo! This isn't what I wanted! It's like, nah, that's fine. I'm kind of seeing where this is going, and I think I might be able to do this one without, like, even... This one might be kind of free. I'm trying not to make assumptions. I'm trying not to do it by... Oh, I can already see it, and therefore I'm just gonna... make assumptions and fill it in. Believe it or not, that was not an assumption I just made. That was, like, I had some pretty valuable, believable evidence for why that was going to pan out that way. I'm under the impression that it's, that there's not even a lot of content in the Yuffie update. Something Twain said made me think that it's, like, that he knows it's not very long already. I kind of want to just cheat, dude. I'm like, it's a fucking rainbow, okay? Like, I know, I see it. It's... I'm kind of like, dude, just do it, forehead. Like, just fucking fill it in. Like, you know. As I'm looking, I'm like, I'm seeing further evidence where I'm like, oh yeah, I have good reason to believe that this is how it's gonna pan out. But I'm still, like, hesitant, I guess. They give the main game an extended ending. I think I saw some clips from that on Twitter. Is it a Kingdom Hearts style ending where if you play episode 2 without playing episode Yuffie specifically, you're gonna have no fucking idea what's going on? How Nomura is it on a scale from 1 to aneurysm? Now this one, by contrast, I got nothing to work on this one. Like, this is fucking tough. Okay, well, let's see. So this might have, like, a little bit of fumbling in it. Sorry, I'm focusing. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm making some assumptions here, and that might come back to bite us later. So, cross your fingers, I guess. Be there. These are uncomfortable, dude. Like, I don't completely hate them, but, like, not gonna lie to you that I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just kinda going. I'm making a lot of guesses that are happening to pay out. Which maybe means I actually do know what I'm doing. I don't know. Maybe I know what I'm doing, I just haven't realized it yet. It's a jellyfish, I think. I probably won't play it, but I can just look it up if it's worth watching. But, like, similar to your situation, first of all, I'd have to get a PS5. I'd have to buy the game because I claimed the game through PlayStation Plus, and you can't get the free upgrade to the PS5 version with that version, since you got it for free. So I'd have to re-buy the game and then buy the DLC. Or maybe the DLC comes with it if you buy it on PS5, I don't know. I think it's reasonable to believe that when/if I do get a PS5, there's just gonna be other games I want to play by then. Yeah, it's kind of tough. Every now and then they do show a PS5 game that I'm like, oh, that looks kind of neat. And then I immediately forget what it's called. Like, immediately. I just saw one yesterday that was on Twitter. And people were like, yo, this looks sick. And I was like, yeah, this does look pretty sick. And then I immediately forgot what it was. Immediately forgot the name of it. So clearly it didn't make that much of an impact. I did think Returnal looked cool. I'd be curious to hear more about Ratchet & Clank. I have never played a Ratchet & Clank game, but from what I saw of that game, it did look like something I'd potentially like. But yeah, there's not enough where I'm like, dude, I need it right now. Like, I'm kind of willing to wait. Do I want to do more color Picross? That was already, like, 45 minutes of color Picross. And we are going to be up to 15 on 15 by 15 now. They might be a little bit harder. Okay, let's go do stupid fucking Mega Picross. I'm perhaps willing to buy a PS5 based on That's Kinda Neat on the confidence that they will also come up with other things that make me say that looks kind of neat. Does that make sense? Like, sometimes that looks neat with I'm sure they'll make other things that look neat too is enough for me to be like, yeah, alright. But am I willing to go nuts trying to actually find a PS5? Like, not quite yet. Not quite yet. We don't know that that's there. Let's not make that bet. It's really no different than how I look at Nintendo stuff, right? Like, typically when they announce a Nintendo thing, I'm like, yeah, I'm getting it. Ever since, like, I think the 3DS, I was like, yeah, I'll get it. And it was like, a lot of people would be like, take the 3DS, for example. What games did the 3DS have when it came out? It basically didn't have anything. But I was like, yeah, but eventually they're gonna have something I like. So that's fine. They don't have to have the games immediately, they just have to have the games eventually. But is my hunch that they will eventually have games strong enough? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. I think PS5 is at the point where if I could just go to GameStop's website and order a PS5, I'd probably do it. I think there's enough now that I'm like, yeah, that could be fun. There are enough games to actually check out that I'd be interested in getting one. Am I willing to just quit my life and just sit there hitting refresh, waiting for them to come into stock so I can secure one? No. I don't want one that desperately. Not yet. To be fair, I don't want an Xbox that desperately either. To just throw that out there. On the off chance that, like, someone's lurking and they're like, they've got that argument ready. It's like, no, Xbox is the same. I don't really feel a desire to pick one of those up yet either. At first, it was like, Game Pass seems worth it. It was like, yeah, like, look at all the games you could play on Game Pass. But after, like, a couple months, I'm like, so? What other games do they have? Halo? I don't give a fuck about Halo, dude. Like, do not care. Bethesda games? The new Doom games look cool. I'll give them that, but otherwise, like, Elder Scrolls and shit, I give 0 fucks. 0 whole fucks. Not saying that other people should give 0 whole fucks. That seems to be a thing lately, which is fucking annoying. That's like, if you say you're not interested in a console, people take it personally as if you're saying that no one should be interested in the console. It's not the case at all. Like, or if you... Sometimes it's the other way around, where if you say you have an interest and they don't have an interest, they'll be like, well, you don't have... I don't have an interest, so clearly one of us is wrong and it's not me. And it's like, different consoles appeal to different people. Guys, like, it's... Come on. It's not... Can we stop console warring? Like, really? See, I didn't get a Switch until Splatoon came out, but that wasn't due to lack of interest. that was due to GameStop being a shit-tier company that canceled my pre-order without telling me. Like, I was definitely interested. I definitely pre-ordered one, like, day one. And then GameStop was just arbitrarily like, no, you didn't. And I was like, yes, I did. I have the email right here. And they were like, no, you didn't. We didn't see anything. Fuck GameStop, man. That's the second time they've done that to me, by the way. They did it when the 3DS XL came out, too. I pre-ordered that shit, like, the day it was announced. The Monster Hunter 4 3DS XL. The day it was supposed to come out, I was like, huh, I haven't gotten, like, a shipping confirmation. That's weird. I went and checked, and they were like, you didn't order that. I was like, the fuck you mean I didn't order that? And they were like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. I was like, twice they've done that to me. Fuck GameStop. Jeez. It blows my mind that people actually, like, unironically shop at GameStop. They're such a shit company. Also, fuck this. God, I hate Mega Picross so much. I hope Brad is happy. That's it. The only consolation is that I hope Brad is happy that we're doing fucking Mega Picross. Okay, well that has to go there. No ifs, ands, or buts. But then, yeah, I wound up getting Breath of the Wild on Wii U because I was like, I don't want to wait until... Because at that point, it was already very clear that Switches were going to be difficult to find, and I was like, I don't feel like waiting that long. And I was at a point in my life where I was like, I don't have anything else to do or any other games to play, so I might as well just get it on Wii U and play it. And I played it for 100 hours. I enjoyed it enough until it ended, and then I was kind of like, okay. That's that. Like, I didn't dislike it. It's worth pointing that out. Like, I did not dislike Breath of the Wild until I found out how hilariously overrated it was. And then I was like, it wasn't that good. Like, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't that good. I still wouldn't say I dislike it, it's just, it's nowhere near as good as people act like it is. I'm gonna quote that tweet I saw again, because it was an amazing tweet that just said, my hot take is that gaming existed before Breath of the Wild and Persona 5. I was like, yo, that is a hot take, though. That's so hot a take that, like, I don't know if I can handle that. Maybe that's what I'm not looking forward to in regards to Breath of the Wild 2, is I know that someone somewhere is not going to be happy about it. There's no way that game will be able to satisfy everybody. And God help them if they're trying to satisfy the people who didn't like Breath of the Wild and the people who did like Breath of the Wild all at once. It's not gonna go well. How did I fuck this up? Oh no. Oh no. What did I do? we'll come back to that one. I don't like to repeat the same one I just did. That might be it, but, like, honestly, he's not wrong. People fucking act like that. Like, they act like that was a new fucking... What's the word I'm looking for? They act like those are, like, the only games that have ever needed to exist. Like, people do act like that. I like it when there's only one place it can go. That makes me not dislike Mega Picross quite as much when it makes it easy on me. I think what bothers me, and this goes for a lot of, like, basically anything that becomes popular, this bothers me. I like to look at it as, like, that's a healthy thing for the entire industry, right? That such and such a game is popular. Because then other games of that genre should also gain popularity due to people taking an interest in that genre. But that doesn't happen, and that bothers me. Like, look at Among Us. People lost their goddamn minds over Among Us. Did other games of that same genre benefit from that? Fuck no. People only wanted to play Among Us. Which just brings us back to the rant we were on earlier about, like, people aren't willing to try new things and take risks. And I think that's no way to live. And really, I think that's what it comes down to in general, is that I don't think liking a thing is bad. I think liking it to a point where that's the only thing you like ever is not necessarily good. And I've heard people make claims like that about how Breath of the Wild's like the only good Zelda game ever made, and it's like, that's complete insanity. You're telling me the series got popular despite the fact that all of the games were bad. All of the games were just bad games until Breath of the Wild. And that's the, like, that doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. It hurts my brain to even say it, because I hear myself say it, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Also comes back to what we were talking to about, like, just shitty communities, which was in regards to Smash Brothers in particular. And I think that's another part of just... Clearly these are the bad ones I'm having experiences with, right? Not the ones who are sane individuals who happen to like the game. But the bad ones tend to ruin it for everyone else. That people who complain about people not liking the same things as them have very little going on in their lives. I think the problem is that it goes both ways, and then it just creates a cycle of just misery. Because people will like something and then criticize other people for not liking it, and then people will not like something and criticize other people for not liking it. And it's like... What? Like, I shit on a lot of games, but for the most part, like, some of them I could admit, like, okay, I understand why you like it. I get it. I do. I understand why people like Breath of the Wild. My issue is that it's so overblown. And you don't hear a lot of them saying, Breath of the Wild got me into open world adventure games. I was gonna say RPGs, but that's not right. Whereas, like, look at Dragon Quest XI. I played Dragon Quest XI, and it was like, this game rekindled my interest in JRPGs. I didn't just say, I'm only gonna play Dragon Quest XI for the rest of my life. It's the only game that exists. I used it as, like, a gateway to, like, get more interested in that genre. You don't hear people saying that about Breath of the Wild. You don't hear people saying, like, this game taught me that I like open world games. It's just, this is the only game. It is the only game. That's bonkers. I need to take a good, long break after this puzzle. Apologies to anyone who's watching this in archive form and is like, why are you pausing for this long? Because chat wants to talk, dude, and I gotta do my job and talk to chat. I'm currently doing a bad job of that in the interest of solving puzzles faster. I just feel bad for Nintendo, because I think they're in a position with Breath of the Wild where it's impossible to make everybody happy. And perhaps I worry that they're going to cater more towards the super mainstream audience, because it's going to be easier to cater to them than to most people, I think. So they're just going to be like, let's just... Like, if it's Breath of the Wild with a new map, I'll probably lose my fucking mind. Like... Of all the things you could do, I hope that's what they don't do. Also, what concerns me, and this is very unfair, I'm not even gonna act like this is a fair assumption to make, because I don't know anything about this game. But I read an interview once about how they took a lot of inspiration from Red Dead Redemption 2, and I tried to watch someone play Red Dead Redemption 2 once, and I was like, this is the most boring thing I've ever watched ever. And if Breath of the Wild 2 is taking inspiration from this, we're fucked. To be fair, I only watched one person play it ever. It was for maybe an hour, and it consisted of, well, the graphics are nice, but why is this busy work the video game? Also, Convertible Turtle Gaming, how's it going, by the way? It's been a while. And maybe it hasn't been a while. I'm under the impression you do quite a bit of lurking, so... Did Breath of the Wild get people into Zelda games? Because most people... To be fair, I haven't talked to anyone in a long time about Breath of the Wild, but for a while there, it was a lot of the people I heard that Breath of the Wild was their first Zelda game. They tried to play other Zelda games and hated them. So, I haven't seen many success stories of that. series was stagnating until Breath of the Wild. That much is true. From a sales... Was it hurting in sales? I mean, I know that a lot of people were critical that, like, every game since Ocarina of Time basically feels like the same game. And it did mix things up, like, true, but I feel like my biggest issue with it is that it sacrificed everything in order to mix it up. At that point, it's not a Zelda game. Like, and that's maybe my overall issue. I actually think Breath of the Wild's a very good open world game. I think it's a shit-ass Zelda game. Like, it's a bad Zelda game, I think. I think it's a very good... It's one of the, like, good... I don't like open world games. That's not a secret. I don't like open world games. I think a lot of open world games are a fucking lie. They put you on a road that goes in one direction and tells you, you can go off the road, but ultimately you're gonna have to come back to the road. And Breath of the Wild doesn't do that, which I really like. It's actually literally you can go do anything, and there's an end point, but that's about it. Because it's a video game, it has to have an end point. It can't just have a no end point, where people are probably not gonna dig it that much. Because it has to have some sort of goal. But if you just say, these divine beasts fucking suck, I hate them, and I never want to do them, you can do that. You can do that. You can completely skip them. That's cool. I like it. Most open world games are just like... Take Grand Theft Auto, for example. One of the most popular open world games. I wouldn't even say it's an open world game. It's a sandbox game. There's a difference. And I think sandbox games are like... You start the game and you're at point A. And you might have a dozen different things you can go do, but ultimately, you have to go through point B to unlock more side things to do. That's not open world. That's a fucking lie, is what that is. And I don't like that open world games lie. Therefore, the ones that don't lie are the ones where I'm like, cool. Which is basically Breath of the Wild and Starlink, and I think that's it. I'm sure there are others that I just haven't played. I tend to avoid open world games at all costs, because for this very reason. But I liked that... That's one thing, it was an open world game. It was truly an open world game. And it does deserve credit for that. I just think it's a bad Zelda game. I think if they would have made Breath of the Wild not a Zelda game and made it a new IP, I'd probably be like, yo, this is awesome. I probably would have liked it way more. Would it have been nearly as successful without the Zelda name on it? Probably not, so I can't really hold it against them. Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be Breath of the Wild with the new map, too. That's more or less what I'm expecting. And that makes me not excited about it. It's so funny because, like I said, I feel like Breath of the Wild 2 is, like, doomed. Because someone's going to be upset about it. Either they're going to address everything I didn't like about Breath of the Wild, and I'm going to be like, yo, sick. This looks super cool. But then everyone else is going to be like, this is too much of a departure, I hate it. Or it's going to be the exact same fucking game, and I'm going to be like, I'm not getting that shit. I'm not paying $60 to play on a new map. No thank you. And look for another 900 Korok seeds? Get fucked. Like, absolutely not. But everyone else will be happy. People who love Breath of the Wild will be like, oh, Nintendo won E3! Best game developer ever, rip Sony and Microsoft. And I'll just be like, okay. No thanks. Skyward Sword's a weird one. Experience with the controls seem to vary greatly. I've never had an issue with them. You know what it is? I discovered this a couple years ago. It's all due to how your gaming setup is set up. Mostly, how much natural light there is in the room. That's all it is. That's all it is. For the longest time, I had a gaming setup that was kind of in a basement. It wasn't like fully in a I used to live in a bi-level where like you come into the front door and there's a landing and then there's a staircase going up and a staircase going down. And it was like kind of in a hill, so it was kind of in the basement, but you could go out the back door into the yard. That's where the gaming setup was. It didn't have any natural sunlight. Skyward Sword, Metroid Prime, they all played perfectly. Then I moved, and I set up the Wii in the living room, which had windows everywhere, and there was all sorts of natural sunlight. Cursor controls did not work for shit. Didn't work at all. That much natural sunlight in the room completely fucked up the sensor bar. I have a feeling most people probably have a lot of sunlight in their living rooms, but they don't know enough to know that that's what fucks up the sensor bar. So they just assumed the game was bad. Now, to be fair, you probably shouldn't be making games on a mechanic like that could be so easily sabotaged. But I think most people that had problems with the controls were probably like, I find when people turn their nose up at like new controls, like new gimmicky control schemes, they're willing to give it one chance, and as soon as something weird happens, they're like, this is trash, give me traditional controls. Like, most people are not willing to give it a chance, which makes them an incredibly risky thing to do. But yes, long story short, I did not have any issues with Skyward Sword motion controls at all until I moved to that one apartment where the living room had like 5 windows and there was tons of natural sunlight, and then it didn't work at all. And at that moment, I was like, the people who have problems with the controls, this is probably why. Either that or they're not realizing that you can just set the controller down and it recalibrates and then everything's fine. Or they looked at that shitty E3 presentation where they had wireless interference and they just assumed the game is bad and they didn't even try it themselves. Red Dead 2 took the concept of basic survival elements and made it as tedious as possible. Yeah, it didn't look fun. It looked very much like a busy work kind of game. Again, very limited peek at it. Very limited. Zelda sales were never hurting, but they were staying the same because only Zelda fans were buying them. That makes sense. I've found that a lot of Nintendo's franchises are actually not as big of moneymakers as people find them to be. Except for, like, Animal Crossing makes an absurd amount of money. Pokemon makes an absurd amount of money. But, like, even Mario and Zelda games, like, don't sell as well as a lot of people think they do. The big one I found out recently was Metroid. Metroid's sale figures are actually, like, really bad. I think I've quoted it a couple times, but I'm still like, I think, because I could be wrong on these numbers. I think I saw that the top-selling Metroid game of all time, I think is, like, it's either Metroid 1 or Metroid Prime or something like that. And it still sold less than Splatoon 1 on the Wii U. That's mind-boggling to think about. That's mind-boggling. Yeah, open world Metroid I don't think would work very well. But a lot of people point out these days, and I mean, we don't have evidence to suggest either way, really. Does Nintendo even know how to make a Metroidvania anymore? So maybe reinventing it wouldn't be a bad thing. How did I feel about Skyward Sword Zelda? I don't like the main characters in Skyward Sword. I think they act like a bunch of fucking morons. A lot of the side characters are really cool, but the main characters act like idiots. And it really... It's my least favorite thing about Skyward Sword. I actually really like Skyward Sword. I think it's a very imaginative and interesting game. But the main cast are fucking stupid. They act like a bunch of idiots and do very, very idiotic things. And I would include Zelda in that. Wait, Skyward Sword? Yeah, Skyward Sword Zelda. I actually like... After playing Age of Calamity, I actually like Breath of the Wild Zelda a lot. And that's one of the things about 2 that I'm maybe interested in, is if she's gonna be more present, then I think that could be interesting. As long as it doesn't turn the game into a giant escort mission, and then, you know, fuck that. Made in terms of gameplay as Federation Force, people are angered by its mere existence. Yeah, that was one of those games where people, like... That's when it became abundantly clear, between that game and that 2D Pikmin game, those two games in particular were when people were like, this game should not exist because it's not the game I want. And it was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. When did gamers get this fucking entitled? Like, what happened? It's not like they chose to make those games instead of the game you wanted. That and Diablo Immortal, the one that was on mobile that we haven't heard about in like 2 years. That was another one that was like, this isn't the game I wanted. And it's like, it's not like they said we can either make Diablo Immortal or Diablo 4. Let's pick the shitty mobile one. They were making both of them, dude. Like, cool your jets. People just don't get it. Think. That's the meme, right? Wind Waker Zelda makes me want to punch someone. Don't get me fucking started on Wind... I actually like Tetra. I think Tetra's cool. I think the characters of Wind Waker are the only thing I like. I fucking hate Wind Waker. I dialed it back on this for a bit because people were starting to get salty that I kept shitting on Wind Waker, but then I recently watched someone play Wind Waker, and through the entire playthrough, they were like, this game fucking sucks! And I was like, thank you! We're going back to this. We're going back to this. Fuck Wind Waker. Wind Waker might be the one game I dislike more than Breath of the Wild. I think Wind Waker is, like, objectively a bad game. It has really cool characters, and the music's cool. And the world is cool, but the gameplay is terrible. It's so bad that... not the gameplay. I'm oversimplifying. The dungeon design. The dungeons are hideously designed. They are so bad. If it weren't for the dungeons, that game would actually be pretty cool, I think. I actually like sailing around. I liked all of that. The dungeons were fucking trash. And two of the worst ones are giant escort quests. What the... Think, Nintendo, think! What are you doing? What were they doing? Fuck that game. Fuck that game. God, I hate that game. Until she found out she was Zelda and became helpless. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That was a thing. She was a cool character, and then she's like, oh, I'm a princess. Now, to be fair, King Hyrule basically told her, hey, stay here. So that was part of it, but not all of it. Some of her own doing too. So yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. I haven't went on a good Wind Waker rant in fucking years. I needed that. You know what I want? I want a new top-down Zelda. That's what I want. Link's Awakening was fucking delightful. I'd like to see them make more of those games. And I think that's maybe another concern I have with Breath of the Wild, is I hope they don't just completely just say fuck it to every other type of Zelda game, and they're like, we're just making Breath of the Wilds now. Due to the fact that it's taking them this goddamn long to make Breath of the Wild 2, I don't think it's that big of a concern. But, like, I'd like to see top-down Zeldas, too. Hell, I'd like to see them make an Ocarina of Time style Zelda. Like, make games like those, too. I think there's room for all of it. Like, I think the games can coexist. I'm just worried that they're not going to make them coexist. They're just gonna be like, haha, money! Let's just make Breath of the Wild. And lazily at that, but as I said, due to the fact that it's taken them so fucking long to make this, tells me it's going to be more than just a new map. They're not just shitting it out. If they were just shitting it out, they would have released it a long time ago. TP. No, it's not going to be called Breath of the Wild 2. Yeah, that's absolutely not what it's going to be called. It's probably not going to be Breath of the anything. It's going to be The Legend of Zelda. Trident of Disaster. Trident of Malice. There you go. There you go. The Legend of Zelda, Trident of Malice. We know people are unoriginal. Switch Pro, lel! When has Nintendo ever? Like... I love how people are like, well, it was the PlayStation Pro, so clearly it's gonna be the Switch Pro. Obviously. They're totally the same company. That's why I backed people up when I heard them say it's going to be called the new Nintendo Switch. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like something Nintendo would actually do. That's actually not being a complete idiot. Switch Pro doesn't make any fucking sense. Have I mentioned that I fucking hate Mega Picross? Fuck this. Trick question. I know I've answered. I know I've said that. I think there's only one way for this column to fit. With one exception. I think it like has to be like that. That's either going to be like this, or like this. But I think the rest of that's pretty much locked. I don't think there's any other way for that to work. This is what I don't like about Mega Picross. You just gotta kind of, like, feel it out, and it just doesn't feel satisfying. It doesn't feel like I'm solving a puzzle, it feels like I'm troubleshooting. I don't like it. What's the thing? What's that meme even from? I've seen it, but I have no idea what the, like, source of it is. Even then, I've only seen, like, still images of it. I haven't seen it, like, animated or anything. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, that's why I switched to Trident of Malice. I was like, oh yeah, obviously. Wait, never mind. I don't want to know. I was gonna say, wait, what? I don't want to know more about this, about this latest Japanese trend. Pass. I don't want to watch anything. I want to forget that existed. The only thing I can give credit to is that's better than selling bathwater. Not by much, but it is. It's still weird, but at least it's not disgusting in the same way. It's still kind of disgusting, it's just in a different way. I'm more interested in the Age of Calamity DLC. I want to hear more about that. Like, what are we getting in that? The game was a lot of fun. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Well, I'm pretty sure that's the case. That might be a mistake, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. If that goes there at the earliest, I think that should be it. God, that wasn't tremendously helpful, if I'm being honest. These just don't feel natural. They just don't feel natural. I don't really know how to explain it. It's not like natural problem solving. It's just kind of like fumbling around. I mean, that bathwater thing is pretty disgusting. I don't think that's a matter of it being a fetish. I think that's just disgusting. Every day needs 4 more hours. Agree. Or we should just find a way to not need sleep. That would also work. I wasn't expecting that they drink it. I just think the idea of bottling bathwater is disgusting. Like, ew. No matter what they do with it, I think it's kind of... It's... Yeah, no. It seems like a meme. That seems like something that people didn't... they didn't unironically do it. They did it because, lol, what if... Or are you still talking about the bath salts? Those aren't really, like, that strange, because they're probably not accurate. They're probably just themed that way, which isn't that weird. It's still bizarre, but it's not... It's no different than having, like, denim-scented candles and weird shit like that. It's weird, but it's not, like... Did I say it was disgusting? It's disgusting in that it's kind of creepy, I guess. Because then I just imagine someone who has no social skills working in an office environment, and, like, a coworker walks by and they're like, "You smell like my bath salts." Like, that's... It's just... It's all uncomfortable. I don't like it. But I guess I'm not the one that's fucking that guy, so it's whatever. But yeah, it's no different than there being, like... It's just a theme. Like I said, it's probably not accurate. It's probably not... What was the one that you cited? Office lady after lunch? That's probably not what... It's probably not at all accurate, if I had to guess. Okay. So the furthest down this can go is here. I guess what it comes down to is the product's not creepy, it's that people are creepy. Not gonna smell like flowers. I mean, unless they're doing battle in a field of flowers, but even then, probably not. Especially in, like, medieval times. It's probably not something people want as much as they think they do. And take it easy, Convertible Turtle. Thanks for stopping in. It was good having you. And thanks for doing the archive watching, too. It's appreciated. I don't know, whatever happened to things that smell like strawberries? You know what I mean? I don't think I ever found myself thinking, I want, like, I have a wax tart burner over here. I never found myself saying, man, I want a wax cup that smells like a woman. Like, that's not a thing I've ever... No, I want one that smells like fucking, like, pears or something, dude. I should actually use that more often. I don't use it as often as I probably should. And I have fucking dozens of these wax things just sitting around. It has to be there. Oh, no. What's the word I'm looking for? Fuck my life. That's it. Fuck. Okay, try it again. I don't want to move on to the next page. See, like, I guess this is the other problem with Mega Picross, is, like, my head isn't in it. Because there's not, like, a groove to be had, where you're like, oh, I can feel it. Like, I can feel that, like, I'm really in the game right now. It feels so haphazard. So did I screw up with this? No, there's no way. It can't go any lower than that. It's just impossible. I also feel like Mega Picross is probably the greatest chance of viewers completely losing track of what the fuck they're watching. Like, this is probably when people are like, what the hell? And I'm right there with you. I agree. What the hell? What am I doing wrong here? What am I doing wrong here? Something's going, like, horribly wrong here, and I can't. I don't see what it is. Like, this isn't right. Where is the error I'm making? Also, why is there not a restart option here? Okay. Let's back it up. So we know that's there. 6 is there. 1, 4, we don't have anything for yet. Fuck this row. 2, 4. But then as soon as you do that, that ensures that this is that, which ensures that this can only go as low as this. We're in the same thing's happening. It's just the same cycle. Is this... What am I not seeing? I'm either fucking up something very obvious, or this is, like, outright broken. I don't want to think it's broken. But something's wrong here. Don't know that for sure. Is it that? Is that what's messing it up? But that's right, isn't it? No, it isn't. I'm dumb. It doesn't necessarily extend that high. That's okay. All right. I got it. I figured out what I fucked up. For some reason, I was assuming that this block of 8 had to extend up through this column, and it doesn't necessarily have to extend up through that column. That is wrong. As a matter of fact, we know that that has to be closed because we've tried it multiple times and fucked it up. So, I'm trying not to use that as an assumption, though. I'm trying to see, like, okay, how do I actually figure this out? My allergies are starting to freak out again. It's up there with, hey, let's make Mountain Dew flavored Doritos. It's like, why? I think farts are another thing where people aren't actually into the smell. They're just memeing. They're like, ha ha ha, what if? Ew. Yeah. Making it food is even worse. See, I don't really have anything to work off. Well, okay. With this in mind, let's assume that goes all the way. Oh, this is fucking. I'm so dumb. I'm super dumb, dude. It, like, has to do that. Like, there's no other way. There's literally only one way for this particular column to play out. And I'm just being a super big dumb. So that feels good. Alright. I fucking hate Mega Picross so much. So powerfully. So powerfully. Well, I can't go any further here. It, like, it requires some, like, fourth dimensional brain energy that I just don't have access to. Like, I'm fully ready to admit that it's like, I don't like Mega Picross because I'm stupid. Like, it's 100% the fact that I just don't get it. I'm not gonna try and hide that and be like, it's the game's fault. But I'm also having a brief moment of, like, arrogance where I'm like, if I can't figure this shit out, who the fuck can? You know what I mean? It's like, I feel like the average Picross player probably can't do this shit. If I, with 20 years of experience, have trouble with it, I feel like a lot of people are gonna have trouble with it. Tastes like cotton candy, which is a disgusting flavor for potato chips. I could see that. Even though I have a pretty open mind as far as, like, potato chip flavors go, because a couple of years ago, I tried milk chocolate Pringles, and they were actually super fucking good. But I still don't think the whole sweetness and salty don't necessarily always go together. Just because it worked in that one particular case doesn't mean it always works. What time is it? Okay, we have about 15 minutes left. I was gonna say, my brain is farting a little bit, and I think that's maybe a good indicator that I should probably wrap it up soon. Mega Picross is just breaking me. That's what's happening. Then I won't see you guys until Thursday, unless you're gonna be up for E3 in the morning. But if you're not up for E3 in the morning, I won't see you until Thursday night. So I hope everyone has a nice week on that note. That one wasn't too bad, at least. Typically don't like candies. You don't like it when people smell like candy. That's reasonable, I think. I think we'll try to finish this row, and then we'll probably call it quits. I feel like we didn't get a lot done tonight. But we also stopped, and I just went on a Zelda rant for a little while, and among other things. Take it easy, Scarlet. You only got 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna call it quits anyways. So if you feel like you need to sneak, and again, I won't see you guys again until Thursday. So guilt. But if you do have to be going, then take it easy. You also like Metroid Other M and Final Fantasy 13. And that's fine too. I feel like that's worth pointing out. I'm totally okay with people liking bad games. What I'm not okay with is people liking a bad game and then refusing to acknowledge that it's bad. I had a ton of fun with Mega Man X7. That game was a fucking train wreck though. I'm not gonna act like it's a good game. Like, you're allowed to have fun with bad games and enjoy them. Like, you can do that. I think a lot of people think if I like it, it has to be good, and if it's good, I have to like it, and that's completely wrong. Like, you're allowed to dislike games that are super popular, and you're allowed to like games that aren't super popular. I'd like to play Other M someday. Is Other M that bad? Isn't it just the writing that's really bad? Is, like, the game itself bad? I did admit the other day that if someone told me I have to play either Final Fantasy 13 or Kingdom Hearts 3 to completion on stream, that I'd pick Final Fantasy 13. Even though I've played it before, and have not played Kingdom Hearts 3 before, I'd still pick Final Fantasy 13 before that. That being said, I don't have plans to currently do that, which is why it's not like an incentive or anything, or I'm like, hey, if someone wants to pay money, I'll do it. It's like, no, I don't really want to. There's enough other games to play. It's a stupid easy and you can play them with your brain turned off. That's fair. That's fair. That's me with Dual Blades and fucking Monster Hunter. Like, they're easy to play, so I don't have to think about it. I can just fucking hit big monsters with things and watch numbers fly. There's nothing wrong with that. But again, I think it's also that thing where people think, if I think this game is bad, then nobody can think this game is good. I ran into that a lot with Sonic Forces when I was playing it in the Sonic Marathon, and when I was speedrunning it. There were more than a few people that came in and they were like, this game is so bad. And I'm like, first of all, I don't think it's that bad. I have a lot of fun with it. But they were just like, I don't care what you think. This game is so bad. And I was like, well, I don't care what you think. So... Shut up. Nine can't extend further than that. So this is what, 10 total? So one square in there is gonna be X'd out. That could be the 2 or the 1, so let's not make any bets on that just yet. So that's gonna be like the 5 there, the 5 there, and the 3 all the way over here. So I don't think anything can go here. I don't think the 3 or the 5 can reach that far. And that's not particularly helpful. Turning, like, crossing that one off doesn't help us in the long run, so... Fuck me. There's a thing we can do, though. Let's do that. 2 could still go there. The 4 could go here. And I think that's a thing with, like, I'm kind of putting words in his mouth here, so, like, I think Twain is probably streaming right now, but if you happen to be lurking and feel like confirming or either saying, yeah, that's how I feel, or fuck you, Nin, you're wrong, I think the way he has a viewer that really likes Final Fantasy 13, and that's totally fine, but he also acts like Final Fantasy 13 is actually a good game, and that's where the line is crossed. If he were to just say, it's bad, but I like it, I don't think Twain would as violently be, fuck Final Fantasy 13. But the fact that this viewer acts like it's a good game, that's what, like, riles him up. Which might be part of why he says it's a good game, to be fair. The guy's kind of a troll. So, you know. But it's like, that's totally fine. You're allowed to like bad games, dude. You don't even have to be ashamed of it. Honestly. If you like it, you like it. Just don't try and pass it off as like, this game's good. Don't be like, Mighty Number 9 is a good game. It's like, it's not. It's objectively a horrible game. Shut the fuck up. You're allowed to like it, but don't try and be like, this game's good. I really tried to do that when I was having fun with Mega Man X7. I was like, this is fun. It sucks, but I'm having fun. It's bad. It's a fucking garbage fire, but I'm having a good time. Wait. That's how... I actually have... I don't know anything about 13.3. I watched... Ooh, I don't know if we're gonna have enough time for another puzzle, actually. Let's just call it quits here instead of actually going overtime. I don't want to take it... I don't want to go too far overboard tonight, because... Even though my OCD is like, finish the row, dude. Just finish it. Just do it. Go. Go ahead. You can do it. You can do it. Maybe 30 more minutes, at most. I don't want to, though, dude. Partially, I gotta pee again. I haven't eaten yet. It's really hot in here. So I'm like, I shouldn't. I should just call it quits. I don't want to burn myself out, and then when E3 comes around in the morning, I'm gonna be dead fucking tired. So, you know, I probably should just call it quits there. As much as I don't want to. So what did we do tonight? We did the 3rd clip Picross. We're not up to all 20 of those yet. We did a row of color Picross. We did 2 pages of normal Picross, I think. We did those and these. We're still in just 15 by 15. We have 3 pages left there. And we did, like, about a page of Mega Picross-ish. Kinda. I feel like we didn't get as much done as we did the first night, but I feel like that's also okay. I think we went overtime last week too. Like I said, I don't particularly want to do that tonight. I think I'd rather just wrap it up. So, we'll come back to this again next week. My plan is 2 more? Is that what I said? I think. We'll come back on Monday and do another one. The next Monday, we'll do another one. The next Monday after that'll be when I'm on vacation. I'll be off that week. When we come back from vacation, we're going to jump into Picross 4 instead because we didn't finish that one yet. So we're going to go back and finish that, and then return to 5, finish 5. We won't move to 6 immediately after that, I don't think. This is like months away at this point, because both of these are probably going to take at least like 2 months to finish all of these. I kind of want to play Mario Picross on Super Nintendo Online. That a lot of people probably don't know it's there, despite that it's super safe and mainstream Mario. They're probably completely ignoring it because it's not Mario World. So I kind of want to play that. I also want to play Automachef at some point. In between Picross games at some point. I don't want to just play Picross for the next year. I want to put a break in there somewhere, I think. Honestly, if we even make it to finishing 5 and 4, I think we'll be in really good fucking shape. I'll be pleased with myself if I can hold with it for that long. Otherwise, as I said, the next nighttime stream will be on Thursday, which will probably be Bravely Default, unless there's something crazy at E3 that they're like, it's out now. And I feel the need to pick that up immediately and play it, and then it might change, but chances are Thursday will be Bravely Default. I'd say like 99% chance it's going to be Bravely Default. And then Friday will be more Bravely Default as well, and we'll try and get a little bit caught up since we missed the night last week. So yeah, Thursday will be the next nighttime stream. Tomorrow morning, I've already mentioned a couple times, so we'll just try and get through it quickly. I will be streaming to cover Nintendo's E3 event. I'm planning on starting around an hour early. It's at noon Eastern, so that's 9 o'clock a.m. Pacific. Whatever Central is. I'm planning to go live an hour early, around 11. We're going to play Snake RX, Sneakers, however you say that, which is it's Snake, but it's roguelike. It's a roguelike. It's super cool. The music's super hype, so I figured it would be good for like a build up to the event. I'm going to turn chat off during the event, and I'm just going to like record it so that I can upload that as a standalone video, and then afterwards I'll catch up with chat, we'll watch Treehouse, basically until I'm too tired to go any longer. That's the plan. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully my allergies don't freak out, because that'll probably cause me to have to end earlier than expected, but I'll probably be pretty tired. Because I usually go to sleep a little bit before when this is all going to start. So, we'll see how it goes. So then, needless to say, I'm going to take tomorrow night off, because I'll probably be sleeping all night, and then Wednesday night's the normal night off, so I'll be back on Thursday for Bravely Default. And we'll come back to Picross on Monday. So that's it. I almost made it within the time frame. I almost didn't go overtime. I'm only a minute over. That's not bad. So thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. This was, of course, a lot of fun. Mega Picross can go fuck itself, but otherwise this is a lot of fun. Mega Picross makes me so uncomfortable, and I can't really explain it, but it's... I need to come up with a comparison of, like, it's like playing this game, except this uncomfortable thing happens. I can't really... It's like playing Pokemon, except types are randomized, except they're randomized all the time. As in, every time you run into a Pikachu, it's going to be a different type. And you just have to, like, fuck around to try and figure out what it's weak to, but then when the next battle it changes anyway. That's Mega Picross. It's just anxiety, and it just sucks. I hate it. But it's still Picross at the end of the day, so I'm like, I don't completely Full Tilt hate it. I don't Wind Waker hate it. But it's also like, I don't like it. But we'll still come back to this on Monday. So, as I said, thank you everyone for hanging out. I'll see you in the morning for E3. If you are awake, I imagine most of you won't be, but if we hang out through all of Treehouse, we'll be there for a couple hours, so if you're able to stop in, it'll be good to have you. Otherwise, I will upload the event itself reaction as a standalone video, so if you want to catch that, but you don't want to go through comb through the whole stream, you'll be able to do that. Otherwise, I'll see you guys Thursday night for Bravely Default. So take it easy one last time. Thank you for hanging out, and I will see you guys next time.